This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo, Jumbo, and hello everybody. A very warm welcome to our morning safari. We are in the Masai Mara of Kenya. We got to the Mara River there. My name is David. Welcome aboard to your very own safari, live from the African bush. It is another gorgeous morning where we shall be coming to you from different locations of Africa. And currently, myself, as I said earlier, I am in the Masai Mara of Kenya. And it's a very warm welcome to the CGTN Digital Safari. My name is David, and on camera this morning is Bungay. Warm welcome. We are lucky to start the show with the beautiful Masai Mara River, or the Mara River, with its rapids. And remember, we love to hear from you, and we'll always request you to send us questions, send us comments, and you can do that using hashtag CGTNWorld or hashtag WorldEarth. At the same time, you can also use @FC in the comments section of the YouTube chat channels. The youngsters also, we love to hear from you, and you can do the same. Kids questions at worldearth.tv. Bright sunlight this morning, nice temperatures, 16 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. I want to remain here for the next 3 hours or so, hoping that those hippos that you can see there may come out of the water. The reptiles, the crocodiles may do the same. And if you're very lucky, we might see some herds of wildebeest or zebras coming either to drink or to cross the Mara River.
A very, very warm welcome to everybody. Welcome to TSWALU Kalahari. My name is Kyle Ansel, and behind the camera is David. Just a rundown of what we're going to be doing for this morning. We're going to be taking a look at little shell ducks, just an update on what they're doing. And then from here, we're going to be taking a look at the rock stars, just to see if there's any chance that those little pups have come out. It's a little bit early, but you never know. It's not written in a book. So you can see that David's got nicely focused on the 4 little shell ducks, looking good. What's he doing? Thank you very much, everybody. Very excited to be here and to explore this wonderful and very complex landscape along with David for the next few days. There's a little grebe as well. So the 4 little shell ducks, and then just in front of us there's a tiny little bird making its way across the pan. That is a little grebe, and that is a male. It's from the coloration of the bird, and as well as a little white spot at the beginning of the beak. That's a little male. Tiny, tiny, tiny little bird. You guys will find out that the next couple of days that birding is my true passion, and we'll definitely be highlighting some really amazing species here on TSWALU. Beautiful morning. Nice and chilly. It's a bit colder than previous mornings. David told me that it was a bit chilly when he got here this morning. But it should warm up. It should be around about 28, 30 today. But any day in the bush is a good day in respect of the temperature. You're lucky to be here. And thank you very much for joining us on this beautiful, beautiful day at TSWALU. Wow, beautiful.
Any day you see any sorts of birds, especially in the morning when they become very active, to me, it's a good start. Now, the Mara River is not left behind when it comes to budding, because we'll always see on the very edge of this river some sandpipers or some Egyptian geese either coming to swim and just wet their feathers. Occasionally we see some storks, but like the trees you see in the background there, we have seen big eagles, like the African fish eagle, waiting to chance and maybe catch some sort of some sort of fish, like a catfish. Now, just a quick update on Jasiri for those of you who have been with us for the last few days. Jasiri is the baby elephant that has a bad foot. She's doing very well, and my plans today, after I leave the river, I'll be swinging in that direction to find out how she's doing. And if I don't, then I'll have my friend Isaac looking at her. For those of you who could not, or who joined us today and were not with us yesterday and the day before, Jasiri is one baby elephant that we found with like broken foot or fractured foot, and she is getting very good care. So the last I spoke with the game warden last night, he told me, he saw her and she is doing very well. So at one point today, I'll maybe swing by in that particular area, and the good news, she got some friends. Now, we gave her the name Jasiri yesterday, so what we are going to do, the family that has adopted her, we are also going to find out if we can give that family a particular name. Now, the Masai Mara is always full of game, but the highlight of the wildlife in the Masai Mara is the migration.
Thundering storms of East Africa are something to behold. They feed the meandering Mara River and nourish the grassy plains. Every year, the migration herds stream across from the Serengeti into the Masai Mara. Following the storms in search of greener pastures. The zebra vanguard are the first to venture across the river. Those that survive the rapids, rocks, and ready predators are rewarded, feasting on the untouched plains of red-oat grass. The zebras cut the long grasses, preparing them for the remaining grazers. It is now the time for the body of the migration. Countless wildebeest and Thompson's gazelle gather along the banks of the Mara River. Like the zebra herds before them, they must face many challenges. As every antelope's ability is put to the test. Their legs must carry them across the current and find grip along the slippery rocks. Although safety is often found in numbers, it is every antelope for itself. until the survivors meet again on the other side to relish in the grassy rewards. And then, as is nature's way, it comes time to cross the river again as the herds continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
Good morning and welcome to NGALA. We have found a little pearl-spotted owlet. He's actually calling. We've actually been sitting with him for quite some time now, so I'm surprised that he's still perched there. My name is Marna, and with me behind the camera is Gert. So there's another little owl very similar to this one called a owlet, and they are similar in size, but there are a few little things you have to look for. So let's have a closer look and I'll try and point them out. So if you have a close look at his chest, you'll notice that he's got like streaks on the chest, whereas the barred owlet is almost more spots, and then almost where the throat is, the barred owlet has these horizontal bars. That's where the name comes from. And then one of the really good ways, if you can see the back of the head, let's see if he turns his head again. Now he's just watching us. Just on the side, there we go. You can see he's got two black spots behind the head. So those are two false eyes. And that's one of the easier ways to identify the little pearl-spotted owlet. How beautiful are those yellow eyes? And he's all puffed up. Not that it's a particularly cold morning this morning, but oh. Love the little white eyebrows as well. So you often see them, owls, most people know owls to be nocturnal, but this is one of the diurnal owls, and you often see them during the day. You see them hunting during the day as well. Tiny little owl, so about 19 centimeters. Not the smallest one we have, but one of these smaller ones. A lot of people saying they love owls. I'm with you. I also really, really like owls. And especially these little ones. They are adorable.
Everyone, welcome to the Masai Mara. Once again, I have found my beautiful, great crested crane. Good morning, everyone. It's me again, Isaac, and on camera I have Big James. Already we're here at the marsh. We already found our great crested crane. Very lovely chicks, which enormously in the last weeks. I saw them about 3 days ago, and you can tell they're very healthy. They're doing very well. They're eating their grass. That's what they're eating. What they're doing is they're stripping the seeds off, and that's mostly what consists of their diet. And together they eat small insects. This is the gray-crested crane, one of the most beautiful birds that we have here in the Mara. And this is a pair, and they're two almost sub-adult chicks. Yes, it is a very beautiful morning. It's nice and sunny. Looks like it's going to be a very hot day, and the wind is just minimal, so it's just wonderful where I am. I have some elephants in a distance. Everything is over here. Look at the clouds at a distance. Yes, everybody is here, even the Cape Buffalo. Yeah, this looks like 3 Daga boys or 3 bachelor boys and the one to the left is agitated. I don't know why. I don't know what he's seen. We live to find out. Yeah, these are one of our big five. And when you see three, it means they have come off edge and they have found a secluded spot where there is enough water, cover, and grass. It looks like they're having a little bit of play, which is unusual. Usually they'll have serious fights, but this is allowed because also this is where they develop, defensive skills that they need to defend themselves against lions, leopards, and even hyenas. When they're alone like this, they're very vulnerable, mainly from big prides of lions. Yes, I'm talking about you guys. Yeah, these guys, they have amazing eyesight. From where they are, they can actually see me really well. Here I have a tower of giraffe. Look at that. How beautiful is that? Everything is within where I am. I'm so lucky. So are you. Yes, these are about how many? 5 males? Or is it 6? Yes, there are about 6 of them, I think. And they're all males. Maybe they're having a meeting, a morning meeting, talking about something, I don't know what. But remember, this time of the year, the time of abundance, just after the rains, females come into season, they get excited, and this is where, males square off to try and figure out who is the head of the hierarchy, and, who's gonna mate with all the females. Back to our birds, that was the main thing here. I just love these birds. Yeah, sorry, I think we're gonna go to the elephants. Yes, another nice herd of elephants amongst the cotton bushes. Looks like they've been feeding on shrubs this morning. Remember, elephants are grazers and browsers. It means they eat both, grass and leaves, and they eat a lot of it, and especially when it's nice and moist, like this morning, it's nice and soft, so they're enjoying it. Remember to talk to us on hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Melanie, thank you. I hope you're well this morning. I don't know what time it is where you are. You say that Africa's got some, good-looking birds. Yes, we do. We are very, very lucky, and I'm grateful that you appreciate that. Yeah, they're very, very colorful. You find them in all ranges, all range of colors. Yeah, look at the little guy. You can't believe that eventually, she or he will be the same color as the adult to the left. That crest is not man-made. Yeah, it is natural. They grow it. You can tell the little guy has got a very scruffy one, but it's going to grow and become very, beautiful like the adult. I'm gonna move on further down and get close to the giraffe so I can share them with you. And on that, I'm gonna send you to a different location.
All right, a very good morning to our dear viewers. You're catching us live from the Moray Triangle, and this is a very beautiful morning. The sun has just come up, and we're looking at a harem or a herd of impalas. To the left is a male who've been very keenly looking to the left, the further left, and this is a breeding herd of impalas, and in such a breeding herd of impalas, there will always be one male and several females. Oh, that's the reason why the male is so keen. Here is a small young boys, slightly about 100 meters away from the harem. So that's the main concern. Male impalas strictly territorial, especially during the breeding season, and this guy here spends a lot of time and energy making sure that the females stay together, looking around to ensure that no other males comes in, and in case a rifles gets to a closer range, then the first thing he does is just like fight them and chase them away from the girls. Look at that, that's cool. And a while ago, he's been walking around the harem, sniffing or probably testing the receptive status of the females. And, this is a demanding task. He can only sustain this for a couple of weeks. Otherwise, he will be so exhausted, and probably someone else a bit more stronger from a bachelor herd will come in and fight him and take over the harem. So, on the back, we got topics as well. Right, thank you very much. And we're not actually very far from where we had the Jackal pub yesterday, and we kind of gonna be checking or keeping an eye whether we'll see her again this morning. Oh, this is Thompson Gazelle as well, a lone male. I don't know where the rest are. There's quite a lot of different species here. Female ostriches are very pretty. And a bit more to the right from the ostriches are some toppies. Right. Over the night, this savanna grassland is always transformed into some sort of a terror ground. And for most prey animals, they would rather stay close together just to kind of be a brother's keeper in case there will be any potential predators who will be in the prowl. Right, good luck. Our male impala, you've got a very tough role to play, and we wish you all well.
Beautiful impalas, this time of the morning, and one of the good things to have a look at it. They show the beauty of the colors with the sunlight here on our walk. Myself, Andre, BK, and Soli, our scouter. We found something strange, or beautiful bird, as you know. You can tell from this feather, which is the lilac-breasted roller. And as we walk into this wood, we saw a lot of feather, and we know something wrong here happened. So you can now see the true color of this bird when you look at this feather. A very thin feather will look different. And these one also you can see, as you know, lilac-breasted roller, they have a lot of color. And there's no mistake about them. When you see this feather, you know exactly, it's one of our beautiful birds that are out here. It's been probably eaten. Probably happens, it's happened during the night when they're purged for their sleep. And that happens sometimes. Owls spot them. And then, of course, mainly owls would do this and feed on them. But of course, they're kind of vulnerable at night because they won't fly much. Maybe they cannot see. But the owl, there's a very good vision at night. It works like a scopes or night scopes, and that's how they actually spot their prey. And it's kind of myself, thinking of this bird, it's magnificent, beautiful bird out here. It's got about like 7 different color bird. When you look at that bird, it's got all of a boo. What would kill roller? So at night, any of the owlet could do that. Barred owl could do this. Giant eagle owl could do this. Spotted eagle owl could do this. Even maybe a snake can able to do it, because many of the snake, of course, they are nocturnal. But then I doubt, because then if it's not the case, a black mamba out here, they don't really do a lot of movement at night. And one of the strongest snake could do this. And if that happened at night, I would assume that it's an owl. Could be one of the owlet or the big owl, spotted eagle owl. That could be the case. But if they sleep on the ground, that's where they're a lot vulnerable. but we don't forget again, we have a genet out here. Those are one of the nocturnal hunter, which they would hunt for sleeping birds on the ground and also sleeping birds up in a tree. So as you can see, the beauty of, if you can able to see this, these colors and these feathers, magnificent. We'll carry on, walk around here and see if we can share more.
Yes, I have decided to stick with this just because, again, and also I would like to share more about these guys. When breeding, these guys usually are found solitary, and when bringing up their own, they usually seclude themselves to try and bring them as safely as much as possible. These guys have walked about 3 kilometers from where I saw them about 4 days ago, and now I know which area they hang around. Usually when they're not breeding, you'll find them in flocks of up to even 60. Can you imagine? That would be a lovely sight. That would be a wonderful sight. But when breeding, they find always a secluded spot where they lay their eggs, make a nest and they're very close to water, because they're usually found very close to swamps, places with water, rivers, sometimes in wheat fields and maize fields. They are found there, the nest there, and then when the eggs hatch, they roam around very close to where there's lots of things to feed on. And like here, there is abundance of grass, and that's why these chicks are growing very, very fast. Yeah, the gray-crested crane. Remember, it's a national bird of Uganda. And on that note, I'm gonna continue further down, see if I can get to the giraffes ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to and beyond PHINDA Private Game Reserve. We found these two new cheetah again. My name is Grant, and behind the camera is Craig. And yeah, this morning it's a beautiful overcast morning. There's not a breath of wind, so I think it's going to be quite a beautiful warm day today. We have come back to the airstrip, which is close to where we saw the two new cheetah yesterday afternoon, just to see, check on how they're doing. And both of them are still here, and both of them are still doing well. And they've been lying out in the open, and just as you've joined us, they've both crossed off into the long grass. So they haven't eaten for a while, these two cheetah. So we're gonna try and stick with them, because yeah, like everyone is saying, we're hoping too for a cheetah hunt this morning. So we're gonna try and keep. So we're gonna try and keep.
Sorry about that. You're with us here in Djuma Game Reserve. And these birds have a dam cam, but it's an absolute pleasure to actually see them. I've never seen them before, so it's the first on my bird list, and these are the squacco herons. So we normally see the green-backed herons quite a lot around here. We also see the grey heron, which is a much larger heron, but these are the squacco herons. They look like grumpy old men with their neck sort of huddled down like that. They do have a really long neck that they can stretch out. And it's tricky to see from here, but they're a really beautiful, almost dusky pink fawny colour on the back with a lot of white plumage. It's so lovely to see them. And herons in general tend to be sort of water birds. You'll find them all around water bodies because they do eat fish and frogs, aquatic insects, crustaceans, all the delicious animals that they can find around water bodies. So you'll normally find them along freshwater shorelines. Oh, many of you are saying this is a new bird for your list. Fantastic. I've got a bird list that I keep on my phone and I just add to it every single time I see a new species. You should all do the same. It's really good fun. And we're going into summer here very shortly in the Lowveld, and all the migrants will appear. And it's such good fun to try and see how many more birds you can add to your list. And this is the first one for me as well. 5 of them. Now, they are monogamous, as 90% of all bird species are said to be, but they're colonial breeders, just like the sort of weavers. They will all breed in the same area, in different pairs. And the nests are normally really, really low in the vegetation around the shoreline, or reed beds, or wherever the birds may be, just above water level. Gizmo, yes, they can fly. They are flying birds, and they have very prominent flight feathers. And these flight feathers are pure white. There's not a single marking on them. The sort of coloration that you can see, that dusky pink phony color, is mainly on the body. Their wings are entirely white, which makes them very beautiful to see in flight. I think I'm going to sit here and enjoy these birds a little while longer.
Welcome back to PHINDA, everyone. We seem to have lost you the last time, but we are still with these cheetah. They are quite intensely smelling the ground, almost as if they are following the scent of something, like perhaps another cheetah. That beautiful bird that's calling there is called a rufous-naped lark. And you can see it flapping its wings every now and then. And it's a beautiful morning call that we hear every single morning. And that little flap is like part of its call. So it's announcing itself to all the other birds in the area, to its neighbors. Just letting everyone know that it's survived another night and it's still here. So we can still see the cheetah. It's just quite tough for the camera. They are moving in some long grass. We're going to try and start up again and see. Hopefully you guys are able to stick with us. Looks like they might be coming back actually towards the airstrip, so I'm just going to do a little loop around and see if we can get another look at them. It would be nice to get up ahead of them and then get them coming towards us, but it's quite hard to predict their movements at the moment because they are zigzagging. As I said, they're smelling the ground quite intensely, maybe on the scent of another cheetah, but let's try. Let's see what this is like. I think that one on the left might be better. Yeah, so that they are like walking and then they'll dip their head into the long grass and put their nose almost right down onto the ground, smelling and trying to determine which way they should go. And remember, they also are they're brand new to this area, so they're also trying to just see if maybe their own territory.
Jumbo, and here we are, much closer to the giraffes, and it is sight I have here. You can tell the one behind is a male and the one in front is a female. I mean, the one facing right is a male. You can tell with the horns. Look at how flat and bare they are on top. That is caused by the friction during fighting. They have a fight called necking, where they use their necks but butt each other using those ossicons. These are not true horns because they are not made up of keratin, which is compressed small hairs like our fingernails. Believe me, none of two giraffes have got the same patterns, very much the same like zebras, our fingerprints. And one interesting thing about them is they say females sometimes, give birth to young ones that inherit some of their patterns. I want to one day to see that, but I've been trying to see if I can find, a pattern in a youngster, same as the adult. Their neck is so, I don't know what he's looking at. Hey, look at these guys. Yeah, these are not dwarf giraffes. They're in Alaga. Alaga is a washout area. It's a seasonal stream. That's where they are. They're not dwarfs. They're fully grown. They just walk there. It will be interesting to see them come up. I don't know which side they would, but all these are females apart from the second last one from left. Look at the female extreme left. She's got very funny ossicons. She's got almost none. Look at that. Thank you, James. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, looks like they broke and almost folded back towards the skull. See the difference in the horns? You can really see that. Yes. Yeah, look at this. Very interesting. Yeah, quite interesting. Yeah, it's quite an easy climb, not as tough. Look at that. The necks of giraffe are made up of 7 vertebrae, very much like our necks, and they have adapted to utilizing, a certain niche that no other, herbivore or grazer can, apart from the elephant. They are able to reach up to very tall trees, and it is actually important because some trees might become very bushy without the giraffes. This is a beautiful sight. I hope you're enjoying this, guys. It's look at that. The side profile of the head shows you the prehensile lips that they use to pluck off leaves from trees. Yeah. Yes, the one to the left looks like he's continuing on, eating whatever he's eating. Yeah. I'm gonna keep, enjoy a little bit this, a little bit more of these giraffes as we take you to our other spots while I stay here.
This is so exciting, everyone. Guess who's returned? Mama! Wahlbergie has returned to Wahlberg's Nest Road, sitting in the exact same tree where they successfully reared a chick last year. Theo, if we can just look at that nest down in the fork. Yeah, this one here. This is the exact nest that they used last year, and we saw one chick. We didn't see it fledge, I'm afraid, but it's at the worst angle for us on our camera, but still we managed to see it. How lovely. And Mama's returned to this exact same knobthorn on the exact same road, and that's what Wahlbergs do. They use the same nest year after year after year. Both male and female maintain it. They both put effort into it. Many of you are saying, yes, it's so exciting. And I am sure the dark form of this monogamous pair, not the monogamous pair that's in the Mulwati, is the female. So this is Mama. She's came back. She's maybe waiting on Papa because they don't necessarily leave. They migrate here separately and they can leave separately also. And they don't necessarily see each other for quite a while. And the chick, I remember spotting the chick I think I was with Davi, yep, on the 19th of December last year. 19th of December, so we've got some time to wait, but Mama's obviously arrived in spring, getting ready for summer. Welcome back. They haven't had much luck, this monogamous pair. I know they've unsuccessfully tried to rear chicks before, and well, yeah, they were all unsuccessful. But last year, I believe, was a big success for them, which is really exciting. They're intra-African migrants, breeding migrants, so they don't leave Africa, but then they do come down here to the low veld to breed. Ah, I'm so happy.
Thank you very much. And we are almost 150 meters away from where we left the jackal, and we were quickly rushing there to check. Then suddenly this water lapwings appeared on the road, and for a while they've been having a what seems to be very difficult conversation, probably trying to discuss and find maybe involve each other and maybe agree on what would be their next plan. And you know, these birds are very pretty, always noisy, and one thing about lapwings in general, they're very, very aggressive birds. They nest on the ground, they lay mainly 2-3 eggs, which blends very well with the ground, and many times these birds will be staying close to their nest and aggressively defend the nest against any I mean, that's very true. You know, they got very beautiful yellow legs. In fact, they look like they're wearing a pair of stockings. Oh, they're moving away from us, and we're trying to catch up with them, and hopefully they'll give us way so that we can get to where we left the jackal pub yesterday. Right, the lapwings eventually agreed to give us way. Thank you very much. And we're getting soon to the where we had the jackal pub.
Yes, look at this, guys. Have you ever seen a close-up of the face of this beautiful creature? She's doing a nice walk along that dried up riverbed, and she's coming up. Let's see her walk up. I think everybody else is going to follow suit. Yeah, she is a leader, this one. Everybody likes her idea and looks like that's what that was. Pardon me, sorry, Emily, could you repeat that question, please? Emily, Jumbo, you ask how long does the food take to get to the stomach? After it is been properly broken down, and to go down, it takes, I would say, about 1 second. Doesn't take long. It takes a very short time, but for it to be utilized properly, it can take a couple of hours, because they are not adapted to digesting direct, cellulose from the leaves. What happens is it is taken down and stored in the first chamber of the stomach, where it is broken down, like soaked, and then regurgitated back onto the mouth, where it's chewed again, properly broken down, then taken to the third stomach, and then from the third stomach it is taken to the fourth stomach. sorry, third to the fourth, and that's where it comes out as in pellets. You cannot believe this, but researchers say that giraffes have been observed going for over up to 7 years without drinking, and the main reason is they take all the moisture from the leaves. I'm staying to see what happens to these guys, see them cross.
Right, this is just beauty. Folks, we got to the exact mound where we had the jackal pub yesterday, and actually we were wrong. I thought there was only one pub in this particular den, but you know, it's a surprise. Like, look at that. There are 3 of them this morning. They're very happy, healthy looking, and see, one of them is on the right. I'm very, very happy too, and one of them is just on the road. She's kind of digging and sniffing the ground. And a while ago, the 3 of them were playing with a twig, you know, just like normal pubs at home. Play is a very important part of the youngsters. You know, when they play together, this is a chance to grow as siblings, learn about each other, and actually strengthen or build a bond between themselves. These pubs, you know, they're always curious, looking, and one of them is playing with, I think it's a piece of dung. Wow, beautiful. Julia, I absolutely agree with you. This pubs is just so cute. And I'm very impressed. They are relaxed and okay, I mean, they're not scared of our presence here. Just looking around to see whether you can see the parents. I think they're out looking for food for themselves and for the pubs as well. You know, one thing with a family with young ones, you know, they need to feed quite a lot so that the mom can provide sufficient milk and also gather or bring back some extra food for the pups. So these are at this age, they're still entirely dependent on the parents to put food on the table. Right, Mila, very good question. Uh, we do have one type of foxes in the Mara. It's called a bat-eared fox. We don't happen to see them quite often, but we see them once in a while, Mila. Right. I'm gonna try to get a better position. They are apparently hiding behind the grass, and let's see what they have to. But I'm gonna do this very gently. Don't really want to interrupt what they are up to. Look at those eyes. This is one of the things that I'll be keeping an eye almost every morning. Right, this is a sighting or one of the things that I'll be keeping an eye every other morning and see how these cute jackal pups will be progressing.
Welcome back to PHINDA, everyone. And we've followed these two cheetah into the same thicket on top of a termite mound that we saw them on yesterday. I think they feel quite comfortable here. They've got a little bit of, as I said, we're close to the airstrip, so you just heard a little aeroplane taking off. So this is close to where they were first put onto the reserve yesterday, and so I think they feel quite the day before yesterday, and so they feel quite comfortable here. I'm sure last night they weren't disturbed by anything here, else they wouldn't have come back to this spot. So it seems as though all that sniffing they were doing earlier is just to familiarize themselves with the area. So Emily's asking, do we ever see cheetah eating birds? And usually no, but cheetah are known to, more especially coalitions of males, so groups of males are known to go for ostriches in areas where ostriches do occur. But on PHINDA, we don't have any ostriches, and so I haven't seen a cheetah eating any kind of bird, but usually they don't go for any smaller types of birds. They tend to prefer antelope. They'll go for scrub hares, and what else? Yeah, they'll go for zebra, wildebeest, smaller ones, of course. But their most favored prey are smaller antelope like impalas. Especially on PHINDA, they go for impala and duiker. Ow. Sorry about that. That is quite a beautiful view of that female. And her brother just lying at the back, facing in the opposite direction. So I was optimistic, hoping that they might move a little bit and maybe try and hunt this morning, but it seems like they're going to settle down here again for the day. So I think we're going to be leaving them and seeing what else we can find this morning.
Right. It's just so fun watching these pubs. And one of them is just refilled their eyes out to us. At the top of the mound, top right, there's that bit of a sort of a area with a lot of dirt. One's just gone in, and she's been repeatedly coming up to give us a stare and then goes in. The other two, one of them behind the mound, and to the right, there's another one just sniffing around and look. Oh, look at that. She's back. Wow. This is so beautiful. Right, so one thing with baby animal is the first thing they need to know or to familiarize themselves with is their immediate environment. That's exactly what these jackal pups are doing, walking around their den and checking on things here and there, and then coming back together and start engaging in some very, very beautiful child play games. Niva, good question. The survival rate for jackals is, I'll say, not really bad, but it's about maybe 50% chances of surviving for these pups. Because at the moment, as long as they confine themselves to their den and ensure that they don't wander so much and expose themselves to predators or enemies, then they're really, really good to go. And quite often, in a litter of prey like this, probably at the end of the day, one or two will make it in life. Wow, so pretty. Just still looking around to see whether the parents will show up. You know. Right, thank you very much. We're still hanging around here and see whether the parents will show up with something for breakfast. That will be very cool to watch.
It's beautiful, jackals. Pup is also a nice thing to ever arrive available. It's beautiful, unique. Plus, in the middle of the bush, and isn't it attract us to come close and have a look. There's a lot of honeybees and also carpenter bees bees flying around here. Just going to take a moment of the silence just to see if we can get one closer look of these carpenter bees. Right, so it's beautiful, especially the sound of that bees. It's very huge sounds because big carpenter bee usually, and what I've seen here, a few species of bees, including the honeybees as well. What they do, they're also attracted by these flowers, because this is where normally sort of these bees collect their equipment, honey, and bring it back to their nest. So what this flower does, it's called pomegranate, wild pomegranate. So, little flower that you can see, it's already opened up, just because it's still a very beautiful morning. So any of these bees will fly around here. The bees, designed with such a strange kind of a chemical or kind of a glued on their back legs, and every time they land in one of these small, opening star flowers, which is yellow, then attached to this flower, which is little like a powder showed up in this, and this is the powder would that way, stuck on their back feet. Otherwise, they fly with whole yellow legs back to their nest, and this is how they were able to build their honeys and things. But it's amazing thing. Just to think of these, having been rain, but you still look at the beautiful plants here. We'll leave this plant and continue to look for something else.
Patience is key. Got a little worried there. Obviously, just the colder temperatures that we experienced last night. These rock stars decided that they were going to hit the snooze button for this morning. And, well, here we are. What a beautiful setting. Everybody's out and busy sunbathing. Basically, their morning coffee at the moment. You can see the orientation of these beautiful animals pointing straight towards the sun. Obviously, bellies being presented and increasing the surface area so that they can warm up after the very chilly evening that they had last night. Everybody on the lookout, even me. Any predators, any threats? Very, very important. Obviously, security is very, very important. Yeah, wake and vibrating. Yeah. A lot of birds calling, so we're doing a little bit of birding just before they emerged around the burrow system here. You would have a lot of birds coming around these burrow systems and feeding on various insects that would obviously be inhabiting these burrows. Things like prunias, we would have seen the little ant-eating chats as well. The birds are calling quite a lot at the moment. So all 7 are up and about. And then, like I said earlier, we were just coming here to see if there's any chance can't believe how big the kids are. Yeah, they have grown. From when we first saw them to where they are now, it is remarkable. And what a beautiful story to see how these little ones grow. And obviously the protection that's provided that allows them to do that. I was even surprised when we got here and they first started emerging. I thought it was actually an adult, and I looked again. I was like, oh my word, how big are those pups? So yeah, around about 3 odd months now, and fully capable of doing their thing. Obviously foraging for themselves. There will be a little bit of help here and there from a babysitter or two, but there would definitely be a big push for them to be on it every single day. Obviously foraging and their technique at foraging is very, very important, looking for obviously the food items throughout the day. It's something that they'll use constantly from now. So you have to be good at it. If you're not, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And it's really nice that we could have been together through this beautiful process.
In the southern region of the Kalahari, we find TSWALU, meaning new beginnings in Setswana. Here, with bushy brown striped fur, the meerkat pups start their life adventure. Meerkats live in large burrow systems underground, where the little ones can be kept safe from predators and out of the harsh African heat. They are sociable creatures. The pups start playing soon after they pop their heads out from the burrows for the first time. They feast on plants, juicy insects, and even lizards. These cuties learn by observing and mimicking the adult's behavior, braving new challenges every day on their journey to adulthood.
If there's a place I would want to go and present or do game drives after the Masai Mara, would be in the Kalahari Desert. And mainly for the meerkats only. Otherwise, the leopards, the cheetahs, and most of the other game they have there, we also have in East Africa. The river has since been pretty quiet, and I haven't seen any visitors come. We only had a few Egyptian geese that came in the water very quickly, had a drink, went in swimming, and another pair came and joined them and pushed the one that had arrived earlier, and the one that remained was there for the same reasons, and then they also left. Now, I'm looking at this river this morning, and it seems like the levels have gone slightly bit lower than yesterday. That means we haven't had more rains in the watershed where this river starts, some parts of the highlands of Kenya. But I still believe we are still going through the short trains, and the levels will definitely go higher. And those rapids there, you will see them increasing. And remember, we're coming to you live, and should you have any questions, please send them through comments. Please, we'll acknowledge them, and you can always do that as usual by tweeting to us hashtag CGTN World or hashtag World Earth. Perfect light, great temperatures. Just listen to some lapwings calling and maybe fighting for the territory. Looking carefully there, you can see the heads of the hippos. They haven't come out as yet. Maybe they haven't gotten any good reason to leave the water, because maybe having been in the water for the last 3 hours, because they normally come back at dawn back to the river, they still think the temperature in there is much better than outside, as much as the mamos. They only come out if the water gets pretty cold, and the temperature outside the river is much warmer. The crocs too, as much as the crocs are cold-blooded, they're still in the water, but I'm sure as soon as all of them come out, we'll be able to be showing you those sites.
Right, welcome back to our morning with the jackal pubs. And these cabs seems to be quite adventurous this morning. They've been running up on the road, getting into the grass, playing, and they've moved quite a distance away from the den. Not unlike yesterday, when we had one pub, she was kind of stayed very close to the den. I guess being together, the three of them together, gives them the confidence and the courage to try and explore a little bit more away from the den. So pretty, look like they're well taken care of, very healthy looking, and I was expecting the prize maybe to show up, but so far haven't seen them, and question again, cast it please. All right, Angela. Jackals themselves are predators, but in the natural world, you always got some enemies. Pups like this is a very easy catch for most of the powerful eagles. We got martial eagles, very powerful. We got crown eagles, another very powerful eagle. Which again, hyenas and lions will probably kill them, although not for lions. It's a different case, not mainly for food, but probably to just to get them or to reduce competition from potential rifles. Wow, so pretty. I mean, that's like very curious little pups. sniffing or smelling everything that they come across. Pieces of rocks, grasses, smell the ground, you know. Sometimes picking something, just like eat it, I don't know what. But it's just fun and very interesting to spend time with these pups and see them play and learn a few things about the external world. Right there, we're still here for another couple of minutes just to see what will gonna be unfolding in this particular scene.
Beautiful. Back to here on our bushwalk this morning, and again, this is how we discover a thing that so small for us to see, especially from the vehicle when you drive around. So what we discover in this scene here, we were just walking and we saw this. It looks like it's a young tortoise, which by it looks like somehow it rolled upside down and then couldn't able to get back to its normal position again. And then the reason I'm saying that is just because of, you could see nothing eaten in it, so it's still little legs sticking out, So, but this has probably been a while since it's died here. And then, of course, it's unusual for tortoise to die just like that without being killed. And now we understand they have a lot of enemies, which is in small sizes like this. Yeah, it's so sad, I feel very sad. And the fact, it was come worse when, it died, facing upside. It's very difficult for tortoise once they're done that, even the adult. They spend a lot of hours trying to stand and normal again once they roll upside down. And this is, I think, that's what caused this death here in this scene. But it's not fresh, so it's probably maybe, maybe a few months, I think. Trying to roll over, see. As you can see, it was not actually the bigger one. You see even the shell wander apart and see a lot of these segments of the shell. It looks like it was a hinged back tortoise, looks like it. It's not a leopard tortoise, I think, by looking at the color of this little creature here. And then also, once they hatch from their eggs, which the female that she does, she come pregnancy, and of course it's got to be during the wet season for that, or slightly out of the wet season, and they bury the eggs under the ground. But this, for this young one to actually able to hatch, they got to do on their own, and then of course, and they dig out of the ground, and so a lot of time they die, so young because of vulnerable to lion. Leopard usually spend a lot of time with this, and end of the ground hornbill here, which I'm sure this is the one that would consume in tortoises and all of these snails that we have in the area. But in this case here, this is actually natural causes this take place here. But it's a nature. So whatever happened here is probably was trying to move out of this place, and then so I'll put my hands in it. So I don't know how do I put it, but if you wanna, I'll do like that so you can see it's a small, if I'll next to it, like next to it, really. Can you see how small it is? So shame that dies so young, die before know so much about the wild or life. It's not nothing to see. So yeah, we'll leave it like this. It's gonna be just a skeleton of the bush. We will move on.
everything. Obviously, first order of business is to warm up after the cold night. And then you'll see there'll be a bit of activity from everybody where they'll start doing a bit of burrow maintenance. It's very important that they keep these structures clean, neat and tidy. Obviously to eliminate parasite buildup, and then also to make sure these entrances are open for any threats that they might pick up, so they can make their way underground very, very quickly. So if you take a look on the left-hand side, this is actually the beta female now that we're looking at. And if you look very closely, where David will show you, if she does turn around to us, you can actually see where the little ones have been suckling. So you can see that there's a moisture buildup around the fur, actually around the nipple itself. If she turns for us a bit. So showing that it's a clear indication that these little ones are doing A-okay. There we go, beautiful. And what a little pose, eh? Chest in, stomach out. There comes another one, another little guy, one of the little older pups. Inquisitive in the smells. Tactile communication is very important. They display quite a lot of tactile communication. Also when it comes to grooming as well. Nice question was just asked. Is the alpha still currently here? Yes, she would be. An alpha female will be within a group for a very long period. She'll only be taken out if, unfortunately, she dies. But even with the pups now, with the beta female being here, she would still be within this group and still in charge. And we'll have to see in the next couple of weeks how it plays out, because it can be very tricky when a beta female has pups within a colony of meerkat. So yes, she still would be here. Little one's also taking the pose. Quick movements by the head. If you guys can hear the slight vocal communication being made by the pups. This little high-pitched twittering sound that's given out. It's also a very important sound of vocalization given while these animals are foraging. Visual communication is very important, but also vocal communication, just to keep tabs on where everybody is. It's a very important means of communication by these animals. Question by Snazzy there, do meerkats attack snakes like mongoose do? Yes, you have certain mongoose species being a little more aggressive in that format, actively deterring and chasing snakes. These guys would be the same. Being in a colony or group like this, you have many members within this group, and they can actively deter or mob a snake. So if there's a snake seen and they want that snake to be out area, the group will unite as one and actively drive the snake out, because that snake would be a very big threat, especially for these little pups. So yeah, so obviously vocalizing, aggressive posture, tails up, and a lot of aggressive display. A little hugging behavior going on there. You've got a friend in me. How beautiful. And how is the red sand being displayed there? The color of the fur being illuminated from the sun. Really, really beautiful. And we have got such an amazing morning. There's a slight breeze. It couldn't get better. A little bit of grooming going on. Obviously just to remove any parasite that you might have picked up from the night. Very, very important. Also behavior displayed before they go to bed at night, just to make sure you are squeaky clean.
welcome back. These pups, just like any other baby, are so curious. Everything worth investigating. The rocks, the twigs, dead grass, tiny pellets on the ground, and they're just so cute. I mean, I'll really stay here long just enjoying these pubs, but I think at some point we'll just probably think of Kirsty, what's the question again? Right, Warren. One thing is like, you know, hyenas and jackals, yes, they live or stays in burrows, which as many times the size of the burrow is very important. Jackals tend to use slightly narrow and tiny burrows or dens, which will probably be much, much smaller for the hyenas. Which I bet in a situation where the burrow is large enough to house a hyena, they will most likely fight over these dens. But you know, hyenas are more powerful, and in the many times they will take over the dens from the jackals. Like in our case here, we got a very, very narrow den. Like one pub went in, and we barely can see the entry. It's so small, like you just see the jackal pubs disappearing in. So this may not be the right size for hyena to come and maybe try to claim this particular burrow. Wow, look at them playing. So gorgeous. Very, very lively this morning. This is a true meaning of the spirit of brotherhood or sisterhood. I mean, a bit of a itchy neck. So many times you see these jackal pubs, like the ears are kind of. It's right. The pubs are exploring further deep into the grass, and one of them is still on the road. And I think we're gonna drive away and give them some private time together as we explore and look for some other things.
So as the activity, the maintenance behavior, we really want you guys to see this. See all heads up. Obviously spotting something in the sky, and their visual ability is quite amazing. I mean, I've sat with this group of meerkats and all heads straight up into the sky, and it takes me a good 20 minutes to find out that there's this tiny little spot high up in the sky, and they're obviously looking out for any aerial predators. Obviously big raptors being quite a major threat to these little guys. But everybody's taking it easy. Not in a hurry to go anywhere, obviously not clock watchers. Rob, what is meerkat's biggest threat in the wild? There is a lot of threats that these guys have to contend with. Oops. Anything from jackal, caracal, certain types of snakes, and then obviously multiple raptor species. Oh, you see the bird just flew over, and you could see the responsiveness on how they deal with the airborne predator. A bird flew over us very quickly, and they thought code red. Oh, yeah. So jackal, caracal, even cheetah at times, or lions, you name it. There's a variety of different organisms that will happily snack on a little meerkat. So they need to be alert, and obviously being in this group format is a very, very important format in how they stay safe.
We've a pair of African green pigeons. I think they're in courtship. One of them was waving its tail, and they're both doing this weird shaking, head bobbing type of thing. It's very interesting. I've never seen it before. It's my first time. And they've... Oh, hold on. Here we go. See what they're doing. It's so interesting, so odd. I've never seen it before. It is the time, though. Spring is here. It is the time when all the birds will start mating and starting to find plenty of food and nest and have chicks. Hi, my name is Mike. Behind the camera is Odie, and you've joined us here at Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy. And we are just enjoying these birds and if they're maybe going to mate for us right on top of this very, very open marula tree. I don't know if you can see this one. It was doing it a second ago. It might do it again. It was waving with its tail. As we drove up, they flew off, and then we wondered if they were going to come back. And this one stayed in the tree and started fanning its tail and waving its tail about, almost as if to say, come back, I'm still here. So it's very, very interesting. I don't think they're going to nest in this tree. It's very, very open and sparse. But maybe if there were lots of flowers and things, that's what they would eat. Wait a minute. I think it has got a nest there. They're very beautiful. I wonder if it actually has got a nest. It sort of seemed to sit down there. It's hidden by some branches. That would be very unusual to me. Normally, they are fig-eating specialists, and they will make nests in fig trees or in the jackalberries close to rivers and drainage lines. I mean, we are close to a drainage line, so maybe the nest is close by or in that tree. Very pretty, though. Amazing bird. So you can see it's got green, it's got orange, yellow leggings, very bright green back, pink bill. Amazingly agile in the trees as well. It's really, in this area, we don't have many parrots. There are parrots in other parts. I think you might have seen them at NGALA. I know I used to see them there quite frequently. On Pridelands, we don't have too many parrots, so these birds fill that niche. There's a lot of them in this area. There it goes. Still there on the tree. It's still there. Just both of them are there together, so you can see them just at the bottom right of your screen there, bobbing their heads. So it's definitely a courtship of some sort. See that one? Never seen it before. I'm really hoping that we're about to witness the next generation of African green pigeon going from the glint in the eye to an egg at some point soon. There's been nothing much else happen. We've seen a few elephants and buffaloes, but all of them seem to be very shy this morning, moving away from us. So we're just investigating the road that Kumo and the other elephants walked down yesterday afternoon in the hopes that maybe they're down here somewhere. I wonder if this pigeon is waving us on to say, keep moving. Nothing to see here. Amazing. Look at those eyes as well. A very, very pale eye. Such an odd and interesting looking bird. Very well camouflaged when the leaves on these trees come out. It's a bird that we often hear, we don't always see because of that green and yellow. Looks just like petals and flowers and green foliage. And under the tail there's these white and sort of grey stripes, which are also contrasting very well. Maybe that's a sort of a follow me sign when it's waving its tail like that. Well, we're going to keep moving and see what else we can find down on this road.
Truly, the green pigeon actually, I think, is one of the most pigeons we have in Africa. Yeah, from the pigeon, green pigeon, we have the zebras and wildebeest. And I am in the central area, of the Mara Triangle in the what we call a wooded savanna. It's a mixture of bushes, trees, and open grounds. And this is perfect ground for grazing for the zebra and the wildebeest, a little bit browsing of the giraffes. Looks like all the animals here have their heads pointing to the river, and I assume they're going to quench themselves because there's no water nearby here. Looks like everybody's going down towards the river. There is a giraffe sitting there, so they do sit down. Look at the plains, so beautiful. This is what I'm experiencing here. It's such a beautiful sight. I hope you're enjoying this. It is live coming from the Masai Mara. This is the common zebra, or the Burchell's zebra, that we get here in the Masai Mara and also other parts of Kenya, including the Serengeti. Here they are in big dazzles. Collective noun for zebras is a dazzle, and a dazzle consists of a mare and some foals, and a stallion also. But when they're moving, it sometimes form big groups which are broken. But eventually, when a stallion is ready to find his dazzle, usually he gathers the females around. Sometimes they can be from 1 to 6. And here you can tell everybody is on a mission heading towards the river. Yeah, we're no shortage of zebras and wildebeest. In East Africa, we have around 500,000 zebras, 1.5 million wildebeest, and this is what is the highlight of this time. They are migrating from the Serengeti to the Mara, and these are a few that are still around here. When I say a few, it's not just a handful, but it's hundreds. They're everywhere. Look at that. They had gone a little bit south, but they are coming back, you can tell. Usually they are led by the zebras, followed by the wildebeest, but sometimes it's a mix, and this is what it is here. They are enjoying the grass. You can tell it's getting hot. There's a bit of mirage over there. This is the white-bearded gnu, an animal that does really well. In 1 year, they can, give birth up to around 300,000. In a day, they give birth to around 8,000. Can you imagine? Usually they are color brown at birth. They're able to stand up within a very short time, 30 to 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour. They're able to stand up and already running almost at full speed in 2 hours. That is almost 50 kilometers now. Survival is essential, so they need to be on their feet as soon as possible. Yeah, you might think that too many, but there is enough grass for them to graze. And animals actually are very good at, grazing. They never graze in the same point every day. They're always on the move, so they never overgraze a particular area. Like you can see, they are moving. Also, if they stayed in one area, Jennifer, Jumbo, you ask which animal leads the migration, if I'm right. Zebras usually arrive first. We normally start seeing the zebras. They start, moving up here very early, July, and then they're followed by the wildebeest. But every now and then you come across a huge herd of wildebeest amongst the zebra. So it can be a mix, but historically it has been known to be the zebras. Of course, this is nature. They never read the books. It can always change every year. This year, they came in very late, almost end of July, mid-July. Usually they say, they arrive, early July. But we are not complaining. They are still here. They are going to stay until the end of this month. We still to see the big herds which left, but they usually do that during migration, they don't always move in one direction. Sometimes they can change direction and head back, and especially if there's a bit of rain, they'll move back, and that's what has happened, and now they're coming back. Yes, I'm gonna drive towards where there is more. In a little bit, I'll share the big herd of wildebeest with you.
So it looks like a bit of initiative to start off from this beautiful hump. You can see a few of them on the outskirts of the burrow system now. I think they've decided no chores for this morning. Who wants to do chores? Much nicer out in the field playing around, looking for food. Definitely initiative now to start moving on. And this is the format by which they will follow, almost continuously moving away from the burrow system. You'll have one or two individuals moving ahead, kind of scouting, making sure everything is safe. And from there, you'll have other individuals following up and moving up from the rear. But now is when the hard work starts for the day. You got to think about these animals and the energy that is expended on a daily basis to require the necessities that they need is truly remarkable. I mean, their digging ability is phenomenal. A meerkat, a fully grown meerkat, can shift its own weight in soil in under a minute. And obviously, throughout the weeks that you've been here with us at SWALU, that you would have seen the tools that they have, especially those front paws, those very, very elongated claws, which would be used primarily to obviously unearth all the little critters that they're so highly sought after. Another two on our left-hand side, and they're going to start moving off for the day. And then returning here at about 5:30 this evening. So out for the day. And then returning here for bedtime.
Pretty buffaloes. Breeding herd of buffaloes. In this herd, the normal composition of a breeding herd will be like a lot of females. Several females, males, of course, with different hierarchies, and a lot of babies as well. A breeding herd of buffaloes kind of move a lot, not like the old bachelors who tend to stay almost at the same place every now and then. For breeding herd, they will always be moving from one place to another. But two things are very key within their movement. Very easily accessible source of water because they drink on a daily basis. Look at that. Wow. So beautiful. There's a boat coming, and it's giving us the usual mean stare. So two things are very key within their when they're moving around. Yes, it's so cute, and I think it's like, buffaloes got very good sense of smell, and you can see that baby kind of probably smelling us and keeps on raising her nose to get a scent of us here. Look at the normal associates, the kettle egrets. The two birds that I really admire and maybe I wish to maybe come back as one of them in my next life. A cattle egret and ox pickers. I really love to have to feel the experience of riding on a buffalo bug. As well, you know, these animals are very aggressive. You know, they've got the timber and they got the muscles and the power. And this is one of the things that make buffaloes are very, very powerful and always a force to reckon. Lions are kind of the main predators, although charging or trying to attack a breeding herd of buffaloes like this is a tricky business. You know, one thing with buffaloes is an attack to one of them is like an insult to the entire herd, and they're always willing and ready to fight back as a team. Oof, Mom almost dropped a poop on one of the calves' face. Right, for the buffaloes, you know, they're really, this is a nice place for them to spend maybe the better part of the mid-morning grazing. It's what sort of a wetland, marsh area. So we carry on and look for other things. Wow.
Very close call from the buffalo. Cool. In that situation. Not that I've been in it, just to let everybody know. But yeah, I do feel for the baby buffalo. We've got 4 individuals that have now moved off, and 3 at the burrow. The next 2 will more than likely follow up with the group, which is just moving southwest from the burrow system itself. And there will be 1 individual that will remain at the burrow. Obviously, we all know that there's babies inside the burrow system somewhere there. And it's very important that there's an old individual that knows what they're doing to remain at this burrow system and just ensure the safety of these little ones upon the return later on of the rest of the group. Still obviously being very vigilant. Question about James. Is the chance of the beta female in the near future higher for her to breed again? James, sure. It's a very tricky one. Yeah, so just from here on out, it'll be a few ways in which this will turn out for the beta female. She could be driven out, the pups could be adopted, or worst of worst, something could happen to the pups. I'm really not sure on the likelihood or the chances of the beta female having this opportunity again. I would have to look up and do a little bit more delving into that part just to give you a proper answer. So James, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you, but I will make it a point later on to hopefully have it wrapped up for you, and just to give you a better understanding on what are the likelihoods of this female breeding successively in the near future. But very good question, and that's what guides strive on, is obviously having these questions that make you a better guide. You always ask guests to ask questions as much as possible, because by you asking questions, you opening up a format where we're discussing and we're understanding, and then as well as making the guide better himself. So thank you, James, and I'll make sure I get back to you on that.
Beautiful. So meerkats are beautiful animals, especially they unite. And back here in the bush walk, since they discovered this, looks like a wildebeest skull over here. All you see, it's just a old bone left overhead. And what also you can see, it's probably not fresh. It's probably maybe a couple of years. It's still lying here. But interesting things about what you see, little knobs, sticking out. This is what got into this, horn. It's probably, it consumed on a horn itself, but not a solder bone, but only the coverage of the horn, which is just a normal horn. But it's called a horn mouth. So it's a specific mouth that consume wherever it's a, skull lying. Could be a cow's skull, home, wherever in the world. You do have such a creature. And there's so tiny things which then they're able to do that. And of course, it looks like there's a male wildebeest that died here. And then the horn is going to remain like this for many of years, and nothing can move it around except for the hyenas.
Hey, look at this, a Tsavo cat. One of the most rarest cats that you'll ever see in Africa. Look at those beautiful ears. It's called the Tsavo cat. Is it gonna disappear? No, it's gonna lie down. How beautiful is that? Did you see that? Those big ears? This is one of our small cats. Very rarely seen and very, very secretive. I think there's more than one. I don't know if they are cubs or not, but I wait to see. Yeah, there comes one. It's coming. It's coming. No, it's gone back. Is it gonna come? Do you see it? Top left. Is it gonna come? Yeah, it's coming. There. I don't know if it's a young one or not, but let's wait and see. Yeah, let's wait and see. Looks like a youngster, guys. Wow, look at this. Amazing. Yes. Well, this is pure jackpot. Yeah, this is pure jackpot. In my years of guiding, I think this is the 4th time I've seen young one. I think it's the first time the little guy has seen a vehicle or heard a human voice, and that's why it's so skittish. Look at this. This is a Tsavo cat. These are, it's a predator feeding on small creepy crawlies like lizards, mice, rats, birds, even small snakes, up to, scrub hairs. And they have the ability to pounce up to around 5 feet. Those big ears are for pinpointing the slightest noise in the grass, and they can jump. They can leap up to around 5 feet and land straight on whatever they've been listening to. I don't know if the youngster is gonna come back, but that was a super sight. Thank you, James. Just to show you how far we are, and they're still shy. I don't know if you noticed. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that it was, from very, very far. I cannot believe that, I've been talking about these guys. I have seen quite a good number, but they've always been eluding me before, the show or disappearing. But this is pure jackpot. Look at those eyes, those big ears. I'm sure they can hear me. They cannot understand what I'm saying. Yeah, there comes the youngster. I'm gonna go quiet. Look at that, guys. Oh, there's another one. Wow, look at that. There are 3. Yes. Well, yeah, there are 3. I don't know how many more. Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise. Wow. want to say much because they look like it's the fast vehicle they have seen, and that's why they're very curious. You can tell the youngsters, they're not used to vehicles. They're staring at the vehicle. They want to hide again because I'm talking. So I'm gonna go quiet again, maybe for a few seconds so that you can enjoy this. It's so beautiful. Wow, that's a jackpot for me. I hope you're enjoying this. How wonderful. Yes. Yeah, they're using that little bush in there. It's like a jungle gym. Yeah, this is a very nice spot that the mother has hidden them. Yeah, it's a Mairua Cordata bush. And inside it's so prickly. Very few predators will dare go in there. So I'm sure they have, very safe place there. Yes, it's wow indeed. This is amazing. I'm sure, they have a very safe place in there. Yeah, it's very, very, it's a very good find for me. I cannot believe this. I was feeling like I want to see a saddle cat, and here it is. Yeah, you see, if you didn't know what you're looking for, if James zooms out, you just drive past here without knowing what to look for. Look at that. That's how far we are. But with our amazing lens, we are able to zoom in without disturbing them. Look at that bush. Looks like a nice big bungalow where they can play in without any danger. The youngsters, when the mother goes to look for food, they are vulnerable to pythons. Other predators will actually kill them, to reduce competition. So it's a nice place that they can hide, and also if there's something they can, try and hide even deeper. Is the mother going in? Yes, she is. Wow, look at that. So, to confirm, it's just two very small cubs. Yes, I can say, they're about maybe 2 months. Yeah, I'm staying here for a little bit longer. Hopefully they'll come out once more.
Right here, welcome again to the Mara. I'm really worried to hear about the SABI. And seems like this was a very beautiful morning with babies. And right now we just come across these two female lions, and obviously these are members of the River Pride. And they are seated on a mound, a very nice place to just sit and look around. So it's really been throwing their eyes to the left, to the right, and maybe scanning, just looking for an opportunity. Apparently there's no prey on site, apart from a few dagger boys that we just left behind us, and which I really think is gonna be a very tricky business for these lionesses to try and attempt. It's warming up. It's the sun is becoming slightly intense, and lions tend to spend the better part of the day just sleeping. I think they still have a few 2-3 hours before it's too hot for them. All right, a few more minutes and we'll be staying here for a while just to see how these lionesses, or what they would decide to do.
So we're actually also on the lookout for lions at the moment. And one of the other vehicles, they've found tracks, and they're heading in the direction of a waterhole nearby. On the way there, we found a nice journey of giraffes, and we decided to just sit here and see what they were up to. Quite a few impalas and even some zebras feeding with them in the clearing here. So often when you're when you're looking for predators and you're watching giraffes, they don't make alarm calls like the other animals or like the antelopes. So a giraffe will just stare. If they see a predator lying in the grass somewhere, they'll just look at it. Sometimes they even go closer just so they don't lose sight of it, because then there's a chance that it might be able to sneak up to them. But if you see giraffes staring intently at something or into the bush, you know there might be something there. They've obviously got the height advantage. But this is good for them, feeding with these impalas and zebras. Safety in numbers. Really staring at us there. Ears are out. Anina, how tall can a giraffe grow? So the males between 5.5 and 6 meters, and females around 3.5 to 4 meters. So what we have in front of us here looks like a female, and still quite a young female. We just zoomed in on the head there. If we go back to that, you'll notice that those little horns, or the ossicones on the head, are quite fluffy. If you notice that, quite hairy. So if you look at a male, especially the mature males, they don't have hair at the tips of the horns, just because they fight, so they go bald. Whereas the females, their horns, the horn tips stay quite fluffy. So that's one of the ways to tell. Normally, like I said, the males are slightly taller than the females, and then you can also look between the legs. None of them are feeding, they're all just listening out and staring into the distance. But there is a bit of a breeze going as well, so a lot of these branches and the leaves and the trees are moving, so the predators will actually use that to their advantage, so the herbivores must be more aware.
Right, we're stuck here, right between the two lionesses and a small tail of giraffes to the right. And the giraffes are pretty peaceful and calmly browsing. And the lions, on the other hand, on the right, are still relaxing and seated on the same spot. And I mean, once in a while they're looking at the giraffes, and you know, lions are the strongest predators we have around here, and though they tend to prefer eating some of the medium-sized prey that will probably not demand a lot of energy, at times they will attempt to catch some of these large herbivores, giraffes, buffaloes. In a situation like this, where we got two lionesses, it's quite not easy for them to go after the giraffes or the buffaloes. The numbers are very important when dealing with bigger prey, especially a prey that is likely to fight back. Oh, look at that. Good-looking lionesses. They look like they're kind of a little bit skinny. They haven't had a meal for probably a few days. Cassie, I beg that you come back with your question again. Eugene, I'm not sure whether I got this question right, but you know, one thing that motivates the predators to go after any prey is how hungry they are. When they are really super hungry, then they become a little bit more daring, and they will try catch whatever that is within reach, like giraffes as well. But in this case, the easiest catch will be a giraffe baby. It's quite hard to try and bring down a full-grown giraffe. It's powerful animals. They deliver kicks that can easily kill a big predator the size of a lion. Rich, okay, it's quite a calm moment here, and we'll carry on and probably come back after a few minutes to see whether the lionesses will still be here or they could have moved elsewhere.
They live amidst the scattered trees and bushes in the savannas throughout Africa. Giraffes are the tallest mammals on Earth and weigh almost 2 tons when fully grown. The spot pattern on their coat is unique to each giraffe and is primarily used for camouflage. Their tall stature is helpful in keeping a lookout for predators on the hunt. Giraffes are preyed upon by lions, leopards, and hyenas. But they are not easy to hunt. Their most powerful weapon is their long legs. Giraffe calves are vulnerable to being killed by lions and other hunting carnivores. Their necks are too short to reach the ground, which makes it tricky for them to drink water. This is the ideal opportunity for predators to strike. These gentle giants certainly are a force to be reckoned with.
It is such a tall order for predators to bring down giraffes. I mean, giraffes have that one advantage of spotting them from a distance, and the only probable places for, say, lions, which we have seen them once in a while bringing down giraffes, is to ambush or wait for them at watering points. Very unusually, they will do that, in a place like the Mara River, where I am, but in smaller wells where water collects, we have seen lions waiting for them. And I think the last fight or the last hunt I saw of lions trying to bring down a giraffe was the predator we call Owino. And when the Mara on the savannah, when it rains a lot, we get lots of water that collects. And the Owinos just hid in the grass and they waited for this one big bull to come and drink. And once he had, his legs split out like that, head down, they tried to pounce, and the very strong animals, the giraffes. And as soon as the young male in that pride came and he lifted his head, he was tossed like about 3 meters up in the air. And on landing, they all took off. They got very powerful legs, giraffes, and of course, when it comes to life and death, they will kick very, very hard. Still enjoying the tranquility of the Mara River. Once in a while we're seeing some birds flying up in the air, and I'm still very hopeful the herds will come at one point.
I haven't found the predators, but I've definitely found the prey. Now I just want to navigate carefully here. Hello everybody. Good morning. There we go. Lots and lots of buffalo streaming into Bufusuk Dam. Buffalo Dam. The facial expressions of and the sounds of buffalo are rather entertaining at times. This is a large breeding herd. It's almost Masai Mara size. Now the 4 boys from yesterday, the Inharu and the Mbiri boys, were said to head north. They haven't located them, but they definitely headed north as if going back into Bufosuk. I wasn't sure which direction they were going to travel yesterday, and it seems they've gone back up north. So they're still very, very much within the Avoca's territory. And I'm intrigued to see if and when they settle. Buffalo are not territorial at all. Highly gregarious. It's far safer to be surrounded by your own kind. Apparently you can hear them walking in the grass, so I'm going to let you listen. Kirsten saying you can hear the bush right as well. We're actually surrounded by a lot of wonderful birds. Forktail jonquil, lilac-breasted roller. I can't see the bush shrike though. I can only hear it. There's a lot of youngsters. They're much lighter than the adults. Now, even if I wanted to drive, I can't. We are stuck behind this herd, so we're going to enjoy them for a little bit longer.
But if we don't now, we'll definitely... There we go. The Master Dave. All right, look at that. All right, so the bird in the front of the picture, moving towards us, the uniform brown, almost black bird that's just flown off into the tree. Oh, there's another one. Let's go back quickly. There we go. That is an ant-eating chat. A really, really beautiful bird and a remarkable bird in the sense of where we are right now and the relationship they have with other organisms, especially aardvark and that of pangolin. Beautiful. See the beautiful white wing bars that were displayed there as the bird took off. They're feeding on the ground at the moment, and they're feeding on ants, termites, mainly ants and termites, but they will also take other insects if need be. Oh, he likes us. Hello. Come closer. Hello, little birdie. Beautiful. Very, very active. A really beautiful. Really nice question by Deanna. Do we keep a bird list? It's very important that we can understand the diversity of birds here on SWALU, and then as well as recognizing birds that are moving through and just stop over. So we have a bird count of over 280 different bird species, and this is a count that has been accumulated over a period. So it's not the constant number with on SWALU. This is birds which have just been recorded. Yes, so 280 odd different bird species have been recorded on this beautiful property, this arid environment. And this is a very prominent individual which is seen on quite a regular basis. And a really interesting one, like I just said, with the relationship with aardvark and pangolin. In the winter, we could actually rely on ant-eating chats to find active aardvark or pangolin. So in the winter, when resources become very low, they'll actually focus on these larger mammals to actually have a bit of food here and there. Obviously, with the lack of insects that drop down through the winter period, these birds will actually rely and follow an aardvark or a pangolin day after day and actually feed off all of the debris which has been left behind by this animal. And it's remarkable to think about the relationship they have with each other. So the aardvark obviously is digging up a lot of ants and termites, and then this little bird then obviously utilizes that. But the bird can also be an early alarm system for an aardvark if there's a potential predator within the area, which is very cool. But a really nice bird to see and very prominent, and also nice and easy to start off the morning's birding session. Yeah. So male and female look quite alike. Uniform brown, it's dark brown. Looks back, and there's telltale little signs, but we'll take a look at that in a bit of a later stage.
Beautiful. So what we discover here is this little hole that you see on the ground. You know, it was very difficult to spot this, you know, and then I almost walked past it. And the solar scout just pointed out that, there's a hole here, and it looks like a massive hole, and this is belonged to a baboon spider. And while we were here, we saw it kind of like a little bit of a glimpse, you know, because it's probably heard or hear that there's something outside, which is us, we were talking. And again, you know, it went back in. A very shy spider, only nocturnal. They come out at night, hunt, and then always go back there just before the sunrise. And then, of course, baboon spiders, they're not really venomous spiders. They just look scary when you look at them because they're hairy and they're big. And then I don't think it will be any visual anymore because they only come once and look at us and they return back again. So in case if something fell in that hole, anything like grasshoppers will be eaten. But now it's not a time for this spider to hunt. It's a time to rest in that hole. The reason they call baboon spiders is because of the color of the spider. Kind of a hairy, but looks like very much the color of baboon. But of course, there will be also, you know, food for, you know, honey badgers, you know, for these banded mongoose as well, dwarf mongoose. They'll hunt, you know, dig around for these things and get them and eat them. So that's why they're going to be well hidden right now, where it's not possible for them to come out, and they will be exposed to a danger. And so yeah, there's so cool things to see. Wish it will come out for us, but then it won't come out just because of daylight that we're at right now. But if it's a chance that you're able to see one, of course, it's a massive spider, you know. It looks scary a little bit. If you ever scared of a spider, I don't think there's a chance you can have it look close to it. You know, we'll move on.
Welcome back to PHINDA, everyone. We have managed to find the two we were with last night before sunset, and we actually spotted, so we came into the area and we spotted a lioness from a far distance away, and we came to see the lioness, and when we got closer, she had actually chased these cheetah, it seems. So they're on quite high alert. And they're moving away now from the area where that lioness was. Sorry guys, our signal keeps dropping this morning. So they're just trying to move away from the area where that lioness was. And as they move, they're stopping and just checking. See, they've still got very full bellies. These are the ones that yesterday afternoon finished off that NGALA and were looking like they had beach balls in their tummies. They seem to be settling down here for now, so I'm just going to go around to that side and we'll have a look if we can get a view. Dr. Rocky Balboa is asking, are the cheetahs in danger, I think? And for now, no, because they seem to have spotted that lioness in time and were able to move away. Oh, sorry, are cheetah endangered? That is a definite yes. Cheetah are endangered. Their habitats and areas where they can live are threatened by people, of course, and they as a species have a very small gene pool, and they are very threatened, especially by bigger predators. And then they've got the extra threat of humans encroaching on areas where they inhabited in the past. And so yeah, cheetah are definitely an endangered species. So we're very glad that they've managed to spot that lioness and move away in time. And you see how they now cover each other's backs. The one is looking in the direction where that lioness went, and the other one is looking more in the direction of where they have been heading, making sure that there's no danger up ahead, and the other one is checking where that lioness went, just making sure that she's not following them. So for now, we're just going to sit here with these cheetah, see if they settle down here or if they maybe keep moving.
We're still surrounded by our buffs. They're slowly making their way to the dam. I'm not sure if any of them are actually water yet, splashing around. I haven't got a view from the other side. Oh yes, I think they are. The temperatures have increased a tenfold. I'm still looking for the grey-headed bushshrike. I can't see it, but I can hear it. Ooh. Completely different from the orange-breasted bushshrike. Doo, 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 doo. Look at that tiny little one. Oh, it's very young. It's limping. Oh, no. That was limping, wasn't it? I don't like to see that. It makes me rather sad. I didn't see the extent of the injury, though. It just looked like a limp there. Henry, you're asking, do buffalo have a specific breeding time? Not that I'm aware of. In a big breeding herd like this, I think they can mate all year round. But generally within species, especially your prey species, if you like, they do tend to all have offspring at the one time, as it's more beneficial. They will only have one calf at a time, and it's an 11-month gestation period, so it's 2 months longer than a human's, almost a year. So again, it's a high investment for the buffalo, and I don't believe they have a breeding season. But normally within species, especially when you look at subspecies, there's differences depending on the geographical area. But here in the low veld, I don't believe there's a season. We actually saw another bull with a very severe injury as well. It looked like claw marks, so I wonder if he fell victims to the lions. And of course, there's lots of oxpeckers inside the injury. which sends shivers down my spine. Even if you get a friction burn as a human, or even a small burn if we touch a hot stove or burn ourselves while cooking, can you imagine something with a really sharp beak just going inside that wound consistently? Oh, not pleasant. And that's what it must feel like for the buffalo. It's an open wound. And you've got a bird going inside that wound. It can't be pleasant. So hopefully we'll be able to move soon and get a view of them in the water.
Having oxpeckers on wounds can and must be really uncomfortable at times. And this is an animal you'll also find oxpeckers on these guys frequently. This beautiful bull giraffe is busy having a feeding frenzy right now. We were actually having a stare off. I didn't blink. I won. And then he decided it's time to have a little nibble. But just looking at the technique by which this animal is feeding on this camel thorn is remarkable. In amongst those thorns, I mean, doing it with precision, just using those very mobile, rough, rubbery lips to strip the leaves away from the twigs. You bring your attention up to the back of the giraffe's head, just very quickly behind his ear that's in view right now. You're going to see this almost like massive bump. There's actually two knobs at the back of his head. It's quite remarkable to see through older bulls, when they reach maturity and they get a bit older, the calcium that they take in, they have quite a large deposit within the head, because the heads are weapons when it comes to fighting for the rights to take a lady out to dinner. And you can see on the forehead there's a massive bump being displayed in the picture right now. So the head, and along with those two horn-like projections, which are referred to as ossicones, are used to fight against other males. I mean, look at that. Very mobile lips, and he's got hundreds and hundreds of tiny little hairs around that mouth that allows him to feel where those soft, juicy leaves are. And you can see the structure, even the design of the skull enables this animal to get nice and deep into these tricky trees. So a couple of minutes and he will move on. Quite remarkable. That'll be the tree's way to tell him it's time to move. So the tree's response now would be to start increasing the tannin levels as a deterrent. Obviously the thorns or the spines are one way of in which a tree will defend itself or try and deter herbivores. But then another way is chemical, and that is in the very, very efficient means of tannins. And in the sense,
Welcome back to PHINDA, everyone. The cheetah have just settled down, and a warthog, quite a big looking warthog, has just arrived at the scene. Now, these cheetah did eat that NGALA yesterday, and so it's not likely that they will hunt, but also not likely that they will hunt a large warthog like that. You see how the warthog has frozen. It was walking slowly across that gap, and then it froze, and it's been looking in this direction, trying to see or decide what this... Oh, there we go. He's decided against carrying on. And just to quickly go back to Dr. Rocky Balboa, the cheetah's status on the IUCN Red List is actually vulnerable, so it's not endangered, but a lot of people are calling for it to be listed as endangered as opposed to vulnerable, just to clarify. But I've seen warthogs chase cheetah, more especially females. Big warthogs chasing a female cheetah and cubs. But these two males are quite big, and I think that's why that warthog decided to change direction, go the other way around. So, yeah, I agree. That warthog did have huge tusks. Everyone's saying how big those tusks were. And you can imagine for something like a cheetah, if you look at their stature, they're very lightly built animals. And there's not much meat surrounding their bodies. They are lean creatures. And so if something like a powerful warthog had to flick its head at a cheetah if a cheetah was trying to catch a warthog, and that tusk manages to catch the cheetah, it's going to go straight into muscle and potentially straight into bone and can cause some serious damage. So cheetah actually tend to avoid warthogs. We have seen on very rare occasions a big male cheetah sprinting and maybe catching a piglet, but then it's got to be small enough that he can keep running fast enough to stay away from the mother, because the warthog moms are very protective, and even against something like a leopard, or they might even try if it's one lion or one lioness by herself. A big powerful warthog might even try to defend its piglets from something like that. So yeah, I have seen it once where a big male cheetah sprinted and he managed to just pluck one of the piglets from the long line of piglets that were running behind the moms, and yeah, but he had to keep running full speed because the mother turned around and started to chase him. So it is possible, but it doesn't happen very often. Seems like the cheetah have settled down. We'll maybe try and loop around and see if we can get a look at their faces, because they're now both facing in the direction where that lioness last was. So we're going to stick here for a little bit.
I'm just watching this female with a little bit of something sticking out of her mouth. I think she needs some floss. Now, buffalo, going back on what we were talking about earlier, buffalo are generally said to calve during the rainy season, but you can see here that that's not entirely the case. We've got a lot of calves, all different ages, all different sizes here, and the rainy season hasn't yet started. So they can breed all year round, but it's more advantageous for buffalo to breed at the same time and to coincide with the rainy season, because that means when the birthing of all the calves, there'll be lots of nutritious and delicious palatable grasses around. And when buffalo feeds, they are bulk grazers, which means it's quantity over quality, keep eating and eating and eating. And when they feed, they trample pastures and basically reduce long, less palatable grasses to a certain height and a certain quality, I guess, so that when it does reshoot, these grasses are more easily accessible and utilized by the likes of zebra and subsequently probably wildebeest. This is known as grazing succession. So buffalo play a key role out here with regards to grazing. Look at this little youngster, Theo. So talking about them eating, they are also very reliant on water. They need regular access to water, and we're at Buffelshoek Dam right now, and they drink daily. And this is because they are bulk grazers. They need water to help digest. So I want to give you all a quiz. And in a mere minutes at a water hole, let's say 2 minutes, how much water can a buffalo drink at once? Is it A, 12 litres? Is it B, 35 litres? Or is it C, 50 litres? In one sitting, in a few minutes at a water hole, what is the volume of water that a buffalo can drink? A, 12, B, 35, or C, 50? Okay, I don't actually think many of them are going in the water for a swim, but hopefully we'll be able to get round and get a better view.
Right, welcome to this bit of necking action here. We found 2 separate pairs of young giraffe males, and both of them seems to be engaging in a necking. Doesn't really look like a proper fight, but probably a friendly tease to try and establish who is powerful than the other. And this kind of slowly escalating to some really pushing, neck twisting. Look at that. So giraffe males, especially those full grown, tends to engage in a necking fight just to try and establish dominance in a herd or in a tower where the females are, and if each one wants to claim the mating right more than the other. Actually, when they engage in a necking fight, it's a way in which they position themselves. Look to the ones to the right; they are standing opposite to each other, whereas the ones to the left are kind of standing in a parallel position. So when evenly matched giraffe males engage in a serious fight, the outcomes of the results sometimes can be very fatal and can or even leads to death either between one of them. It's one thing with giraffe, it's my favorite animal, and actually a lot of times they're very, very calm and very peaceful creatures. So when they do necking, they tend to deliver or aim their blows.
Look at this. It's almost like the Mara River with the wildebeest, but not. It's Buffelshoek Dam with the buffalo. I don't even think I can begin to guess the numbers in this herd. Well over 100, that's for sure. Wallowing, bathing, drinking, splashing. Oh, we've got some answers to the quiz. Let's hear them cursed. Catherine, you say B, 35 litres. Okay, let's hear some more. I didn't get those names, I'm afraid. Bat, you say C, which would be 50 litres. Okay. Oh, Oh, no one said A. Wow. Well, no one. You were all correct on that aspect. It's not A. And Catherine, at 35 litres, you are correct. So we see this individual drinking right now. In a few minutes, if that, they can consume or swallow 35 litres of water, which is a huge volume, and it's directly related to the way that they feed in their digestive process. They consume a lot of sort of organic material, a lot of cellulose, and they're bulk feeders, and therefore they need water to assist them digesting. So it's not quite 50 litres, but it's still a very high volume at 35. And in saying that, they're huge animals. I mean, the males can weigh up to 800 kilograms, and the females just slightly under that at about 750 kilograms. So extremely large animals with long lifespan. They can live up to about 23 years. And they need lots of water in order to survive. What a lovely unexpected sight down. There's nothing like seeing buffalo at a waterhole. But we will leave them now and see what else we can find on Juma.
All right. Those are an interesting setting here where the baboons were seated on a dead wood, just grooming themselves. Apparently, the giraffes are just very close to them and can actually can. All right, that's good. Look at that. Giraffes very close and they're still engaging in that kind of a necking, friendly fight. And somehow the giraffes were the baboons, sorry, were scared and they started dashing into the woods. But we still have, I think, a mother and a young, somehow medium-aged baby doing a grooming. Well, look at that. She's just picking the youngster tail and looking for things in. Wow. The baboons are very social and always help each other. You know, sometimes you got parasites, flies. Oh, quite looks like a female on ostriches, and I think that's the male who is trying to kind of court with her. Wow. So adorable. And here we've got two animals with very, very powerful eyesight. You know, baboons and giraffes. All of them can be able to see in detail. So in case, again, when it comes to enemy surveillance, it's quite very nice of them, and they'll be able to spot any danger. And you know, once the baboons make that sort of an alarm call, then the giraffes will immediately probably respond and also stretch their long necks to look around. You can hear some screams in the woods. It doesn't really sounds like it's serious friction, but probably just sort of a friendly. Or baboons slowly walking into the woods, very close to the giraffes. I really wish I would one time get an opportunity to get that close to a giraffe on foot as well. Right, please do enjoy the company together, giraffes and baboons.
Welcome back to PHINDA, everyone. we've just repositioned, and yeah, this one brother has gotten up and he seems to be convinced now that the danger is gone. That lioness, there was another ranger that was following that lioness, and she has moved quite far away. And so these cheetah seem to have relaxed quite nicely. They feel quite confident that the danger is gone, and they found a little bit of shade under that tree. Now, with their full bellies, I think they're going to be quite content to rest here for the day. Starting to get a little bit more comfortable. Harley Guy is asking if there is such a thing as rabies in the bush, and there 100% is. There's definitely rabies in the bush. Things like vervet monkeys can carry it, bush babies, jennets, they can all carry rabies. So you don't want to get bitten by any wild animal, because a little nip like that can definitely give you rabies. I haven't heard of it making its way to larger carnivores like cheetah and lions, but I think wild dogs can get it as well. But yeah, the smaller ones, that because it's usually transported from domestic animals to wild, through animals like rats and mice, and then it gets into the game reserves as well. And then people, at campsites and at lodges, they try to get friendly with the little wild animals that live around the lodges and maybe give them a little bit of food, which is definitely the wrong thing to do. And every now and then they get a little nip. And that's the last thing you want, because, yeah, it's very possible that one of those little wild animals could be carrying rabies. So, although it's quite cloudy today, there's no wind blowing, and it's actually really, really warm. So the cheetah are panting a little bit because of the heat, but also they've still got those extremely full bellies. They've come to a little water hole, but it's actually completely dried up. So I think they were hoping for some water. But they don't necessarily rely on water, so they don't need water. They usually go after they've finished eating, and they will try to find some water. But if they don't succeed, it's not like they're going to be in danger of dehydrating or something like that. It's just they like to get a drink after they've eaten. But yeah, I think I read an article of a study that was done on cheetah and their dependence on water, and the guy doing the research, I forget his name, but he once noted a female cheetah going 3 weeks without having a sip of water, and so definitely getting all the liquid or fluids that she needs from the blood of the prey that she was eating. So you'll see when cheetah feed, they'll open up the carcass and there'll be a little section where they'll be feeding. And as the animal bleeds at that spot, they will lap up all that blood. And so there will almost be no blood nothing wasted. So we're going to leave them here for now. The cheetah seem like this is the spot where they're going to rest for the day. And we're going to carry on and see what else we can find.
And look at this. The amount of flowers being produced on these beautiful bushes now is absolutely fascinating. not only really good to look at right now, changes the total aspect of this bush. This is blackthorn, and they are in full flower at the moment. And this has been maybe about 2 weeks where we have had this dramatic emergence of these flowers. And the prolific state of them shows you how successful this tree is. I mean, the amount of flowers will obviously later would be a lot of seeds, and then from there, seed dispersal. And they'll be using multiple vectors, from flies to ants, beetles, bees, you name it, will be in and around these bushes, obtaining pollen, and from there, spreading the pollen from bush to bush. And as well as just around us, as Davis just showed you now, it just changes the view of the landscape, giving us nice, beautiful white finish across the landscape. Easy to recognize, nice pom-pom-like little flowers. And before there are flowers, you'll see these little red bud-like protrusions. Question there from Sean, is the rainy season coming up? Sean, yes, it is. We have an annual rainfall which falls in summer between 200 and 300 millimeters, 2 to 400 millimeters per annum, and we are within the summer rainfall period. And we tend to have our summer rainfalls anywhere from end of December up until about January, end of January, February, March. That's typically where we find our rain falling. And yeah, don't get me wrong, it can also be very sporadic. We've had rain at different parts of the year, and also that amount can also vary depending on climatic changes. So yeah, so we are coming to the rainy season, and this specific tree actually doesn't use rain in order to push out these beautiful flowers. So fingers crossed we have nice early rains, and that we have good rains this year. I mean, rain is vital for everything to work out here. So really, really beautiful. Not only is it nice to look at it now, it's really, really nice to smell. Got this almost like sweet nectar, honey type smell that's being produced. So as we're busy driving on, there's just this beautiful fragrance constantly given.
Indeed, beautiful flowers out there, and some flowers do definitely smell like honeys, especially in this spring. And what we come across here, beautiful wildebeest right in the background, and what you notice is that they don't really feel threatened by us when we get in this position, and they were still remaining the same. But of course, for them to alarm call, that's what they do. And especially they have sight on us, and it's so important, unique of experience that, animals a lot of time when they have a sight of a danger, they don't really feel threatened anymore because they know where the danger is. But they will be worried too much if they could get an audio of lions but they don't see it, and then all they feel is like, what happened if the lions are close by to them? So when they're not sure about the distance, this is what makes them run away from the scene right in the middle. So this is called blue wildebeest. It's kind of a wind is picking up. If you can repeat that question, I couldn't hear well. Jacqueline, yeah, well, a bushwalk can be slightly different as usual, but of course, every time when you're on foot, and this is where sometimes you gotta have a lot of different expectee sometimes, to show what you're gonna come across, and sometimes this is what make a lot of effort of wherever you walk. You all have to be careful of what you're going to disturb. But also, it's not about disturb. It's not about threatening animal. It's about also enjoying them from distance, like what is happening right now there. So, for example, we've got a sight on them, and we're not going to walk towards them. So we'll leave them and be in peace as they were before. And this is how, well, sometimes when they see us again, they won't have any feel of a threat or trying to run away from us. So yeah, we'll leave them.
Alright, you're welcome back. And what started like a friendly play is slowly building up to sort of a really vigorous fight between these two sub-adult giraffes, males. And it's quite interesting to see how they swing their necks. Oh, that's unfair. One slightly older one, like the ones standing a bit like 2 or 3 meters away from the fighting ones, seems to have kind of engaged in a dirty, unfair, and start hitting one of the two. Right, if you look at the top of the horns of these giraffe males, then you realize it's plain, like it's bare, unlike the females where they got a hairy tip, a hairy horn. And it is as a result of such fights, the necking, that eventually giraffe males lose the hair at the top of their horns. Wow. Some 2 years or 3 years ago, there was quite some news that were disclosed by the International Union for Conservation of Nature about giraffes specifically in Africa. And the statistics revealed that giraffes are seriously declining. Like over the last 3 decades, we've nearly lost up to 50% giraffe population in the wild. This is a very big concern, and it's high time that we probably try to redirect our efforts into more conservation of giraffes. Now, these are very elegant creatures, and we feel very sad. All right, yeah, mild pause. You're right. These animals freely roam, and see where we are at the moment. Just behind into the woods is the Mara River, and we've seen giraffe cross the Mara River back and forth. Right, so I was talking about the status of giraffes population. Right, this is gonna take a while. Maybe this fight is not going to be resolved anytime soon, and I'm gonna drive and try to look for other things.
Welcome back to And Beyond PHINDA, everyone. And we found a Warburg's eagle. And it is the pale morph plumage of the Warburg's eagle. Now, we're not far from those cheetah, and we actually heard the calling, or heard a raptor sort of calling, and we managed to look with our binos and spot them. And there was actually another one here as well, and that was the dark version of the Warburg's eagle. And it seems like we have a pair here, and they have got a nest. And yeah, it was this lighter one on the nest, and the darker one came flying in, and yeah, they fed on something, whatever that darker one was able to find this morning. They fed on something for a little bit, and then the darker one flew off. So I'm curious to know whether there's an egg in there. I don't think there's a chick yet because we didn't see any little head pop up, and we didn't see the adults feeding anything or look like they were feeding anything. They just fed a little bit themselves. And now this one is just perched off to the side there, and I'm thinking this is the female. I think it sounded like Sir Christie or Sir Christie. So the Warburg's eagle is not a very... Okay, I'm just going to quickly have a look in my bird book. I'm not sure offhand what the wingspan is. It's probably around about 1.5 meters. Maybe a little bit less than a meter. Okay, so in my book it says that the Warburg eagle's height is 58 centimeters, but it doesn't give us a wingspan here. But I would probably say that the wingspan of a Warburg's eagles are probably between 1.3 and 1.5 meters. They have got quite broad, short wings, and they've got a very thin, long tail. So yeah, I think somewhere around 130 to 150 centimeters would be the wingspan of a Warburg's eagle. So we are going to move on. I think she's just going to preen her feathers a little bit longer, and she might also set off and see if she can find anything for the day today.
Right, I'm really jealous of the wolfpack eagles fighting over there, and I haven't seen one for quite a while. And back to our giraffe. We started with 4. 2 have already left, and we left with another 2. They're still engaging in the necking sort of business, and the one to the right seems to be the oldest of the 4 young giraffe males that we had here, and apparently the other one to the left was actually the one fighting with another one with the left, and now it's come back to start a new fight with the oldest male. It's quite a warmonger. Almost gone into the eyes, you know. Such a fight is quite draining in terms of energy, and we've seen them engaging in sort of a vigorous neck swinging action and going on a pause for a while. They probably want to take a rest, and then they start it again, once again. I don't really know what the dispute here is. You know, a lot of times such fights occur in a situation where there's a journey or a tower with females, and these males will be engaging in such a fight just to establish dominance and claim the mating right. But here, there are only 2 of them now, and obviously there's there are no females around to try and claim the right to mate. Okay, we really hope that the dispute is going to be resolved, and this giraffe needs to take a rest and probably wander around to spend the rest of the day browsing.
Wow, so looking at flowers and talking about different vectors, take a look what we have just found on the blackthorn flowers here. Get ready to be mind blown. All right, David's going to get us nice and close. Wow. Beautiful shiny colors, elongated body, and they are just all over these blackthorn flowers. This is a rainbow shield bug. Really, really, really beautiful insect, and insects drive most of what we know out here. When it comes to pollinating flowers, pathogens, seed dispersal, you name it, there's so many roles that insects play within the environment. They're not just a little thing that you want to squash, they are really important to keep the ecosystem in a very healthy, functioning format. And I mean, when they are this good looking, you don't want to squash them. You just want to be in awe. So they do resemble somewhat of a beetle. They're actually part of a group which are referred to as turu bugs. So beetles, obviously, their structure, their morphological structure is a little bit different, especially the mouth parts. Whereas in beetles have chewing mouth parts, these beautiful insects have piercing mouth parts. Elongated tube, referred to as a proboscis, which are used to pierce either seeds or trees, which they would then use as a feeding tool for the required nutrients. Really, really amazing. I want to do like a backflip, but I don't want to injure myself, so I'm not. Mentally, I am. Really, 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 really beautiful insect. And some of them really important to control other organisms within the environment as well. But how stunning are those colors? And what an amazing close-up David is giving us. I mean, that is as close as you can get. See the two little antennae, obviously very important for the animal to pick up chemical clues around it. So obviously sensing its environment using those two little projections from the head. And if you can see very clear, if you can just see the proboscis. A great question there. Sorry, I didn't catch who it was from. Spas, great question. Is it part of the stink bug family? Yes. And you can see from the head and as well as the varied shape that it is part of the same group, Hemiptera. True bugs. Very, very, very amazing insects. And very cool that you know that. It's related to the stink bug. See, the stink bug has a bit more of a shield, and hence the name shield bugs. It's got a shield carapace, obviously where the common name comes from. Absolutely marvelous. All these small things really get me ticking. Yeah, it's like you dropped the little insect in metallic paint and got creative. I mean, they are super, super shiny. They can resemble that of jewel beetles, and obviously jewel beetles, they are beetles, but the color and the patterning, one can get confused and say it's part of the beetle family. But true bugs, really, really amazing to see and super, super beautiful. You can see as David moves, they move around on the other side. Really incredible. Oh, a lot of movement there. Wow. 3 pairs of legs, or 6 in total. Descendant, nice question, are they poisonous to birds? If you look at coloration when it comes to insects, especially, and and other animals, coloration is a very, very important tool on how an animal will deter or evade from being predated on. So colors like this, nice prominent green, you can see a nice distinctive red stripe running down the side of the animal's body. This is what we refer to as aposematic coloration. So yes, this animal would or could potentially hold a toxin that could deter or be distasteful once eaten, but the visual aspect, that is what this insect is relying on to evade predation. Some insects have the coloration because they are poisonous or distasteful, and some insects have it as a, let's say, a fooling trick. They don't hold a toxin or poison, but just their coloration is a scheme or format that allows them to evade a hungry tummy. And obviously in the next few days, we'll look at aposematic coloration as well as some other colorations that are found prominently through the African bush.
Beautiful. We have left our wildebeest in peace and we continue with our walk right here on this clear ground. I don't know if you're able to see perfect, but this is the whole now rhino trek, so the whole thing. So you can see that this animal was walking in that direction. So anyway, when you look at the rhino, they have a 3-toe, that is another toe on the side, and there's a bigger one in the middle, and then there's also another one on the side. So the rhino have a 3-toe. So of course, you don't want to follow a hippo, then you're not following the same animal you're looking for. The hippo, they have 4-toe, a rhino, but this is a white rhino anyway, and it looks like we're gonna move on to one of the territorial midden. That rhino, he was probably approaching in his territory to actually activate, but also making sure there's no conflict. This is what territorial animals on about, So their territory, it's much important for them to able to communicate with the same species of animal that might try to dominate in the area, but this is now to say, well, this is where my boundary is. So if that other animals arrive in this scene here we're going to talk about, this other rhino will know exactly this area it's been taken already. But when you look in this midden here, you can see clearly this the whole thing, and all the poop. Could be not the same rhino, but this midden has been going for many of years, looks like it. You can see all the disturbed of the soil. This is when the rhino defecate. What it does, it actually come to this position, this dominant rhino, and he would face this, the sideways from this side, and then poop here. But again, once he does it, he often push the dung into piles like this. When you looks like somebody just came in here with a rake or a shovel, scattered over this, but no, nobody. It's that animal doing it on itself. But again, we're looking at all the dung here. We're talking about this is midden. Is how we can clarify or easily to tell this is rhino middens old. It's been here for a long time. Here, there is a new poop, new dung, as you can see. So, other animals that, no other animal we use this specific midden here, and except for dung beetle coming and consuming the dung. But of course, other different species, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter. Well, it wouldn't matter if lion will come and send over here, and the rhino wouldn't mind about it. But you only mind about the same species that might come in the same area here, due to defecation as he is. And then, of course, that you will be worried too much. But the other animals like leopard, of course, they'll be pretty much occupy the same spot in the same time, but the different chemical communications. And then, of course, this bull rhino wouldn't mind about that. But, of course, other bull rhino will come in this area and then claim this area that, he wouldn't mind about that. But, of course, Female also might come to the same area, defecate, but they mainly defecate on a side, not right in here, or do the same as the kicking and stuff. We'll leave this area. Move on.
Welcome back to Ambient PHINDA, everyone. We've managed to catch up unintentionally, actually, with the lioness that interacted with the cheetahs earlier on. We've come out into the open grassland areas where this pride spends most of their time. And she has moved quite a considerable distance from where we first saw her earlier, where she sort of interacted with those cheetah. And it's quite amazing that she's actually still moving. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick with her because perhaps she's looking for the rest of the pride, but she might also still be hunting. She knows that now, this time of the day, the warthogs are starting to come out and feed a lot more. And so her tummy looks quite empty. So she could very well be looking for a hunting opportunity. See some wildebeest off in the distance as well, which she might be starting to move towards. So for now, I'm just worried that you see there's a warthog right in front of us. And she has spotted the warthog. So we're going to stick with her. I'm just worried if, as we go down this hill that's in front of us, you might lose us. The warthog is running. So yeah, we're gonna stick here a little bit and see what happens.
Theo and I have been wondering where on earth are all the animals. We've not seen any impala. And when you don't see impala, it's slightly worrying. We have got a beautiful male who's posing for us. We see you. You are gorgeous. Not too far from Treehouse Dam. As you know, bull waterbucks set up their territories around water. So you're never going to find one too far away from a reliable water source. But it's not just our gorgeous buck we have here. If we swing around to the other side, we have a herd of zebra and impala. So this is where everybody's been hiding. We might not have the best views here, but you can say, oh, hello. Look at that gorgeous shadow stripe. The mountain zebra don't have this shadow stripe. You can see it's got a thin brown stripe in between the black ones. A key feature of the plains zebra. And the impala are just off in the distance. I don't think we can give you a view of them. But it appears that everybody's here. The wind's starting to pick up, as I'm sure you can hear, which is really delightful as the temperatures are soaring today and it is far too hot.
Right, this is just so beautiful. Even for the giraffe way back over there, it's keeping a stare. It's probably enjoying the elephants walking as well. Here we got a herd of elephants, well, they're quickly walking towards the forest. And very interesting, you know, the elephants population in the Mara seems to have been always growing. So many babies all year round. One thing that seems to be occupying their mind at the moment is just like walk and get to the forest. You can see the forest right over there. And probably they just want to get into the forest and change their diet for a bit. On our left, where they've been walking from, is a pure grassland. So getting into the forest will give them an opportunity to probably get a little bit of more wood and branches and probably fruits right in there. So beautiful. Yeah, I agree. It is such an amazing sighting here. You know, watching these majestic giants is always adorable. And we are almost losing them. You know, they are just like almost getting into the forest. They're really close. And I think they also, you know, the Mara River is just right in deep into the woods, and they're gonna get there, probably have a drink. Good question, Colonel General, and quite, you know, to get the matriarch in a herd of elephants, one thing that is very important, this matriarch must be one of the oldest female. So they do not really have like a sort of a politicking way of selecting or electing the matriarch. It's all about the experience and the know-how in that particular individual. And like I said, many times it's one of the oldest females in that particular herd. Oh, there they go. Okay, right, they're quite a long way from us now, and well, a lot of them have already gone deep into the forest. So I bet we just right. We're losing the elephants, and we're just gonna. The giraffe is still there, looking at them. Wow, that's cool.
Welcome back to Ambient PHINDA, and we've managed to descend our hill and loop around to the front of this lioness, and yeah, we've got quite a nice view of her up on the hill there. She has stopped to lie down, and I think what she's doing now, she's just assessing her options. So that warthog that we spotted earlier was at the bottom of the hill, so where we are now, looking up at her, and I think she was just trying to determine whether that warthog had in fact seen her or become aware of her, and the warthog just carried on running away. So I think she decided that the warthog knew she was around, so it wasn't worth pursuing that. But look at her body language now. She looks really determined. Go ahead, Emma. Yeah, FM. She's cut east of Honey Badger, and we're still viewing her from Honey Badger. You're welcome to join us a second. So she is heading in the direction of where I mentioned earlier there were some wildebeest. And we're just going to have to see. Hopefully she carries on walking. But I think she might be trying to get into a position where she might be able to try and hunt those wildebeest. Yeah, for now we can't. Okay, yeah, so Craig's just got a little bit in the screen there. We're not going to go anywhere for now because she is showing interest in those wildebeest, but she's got quite a bit of ground to cover. So we're just going to see what happens.
Jambo Jambo and welcome to the river. I'm on a different section of the river than yesterday and the previous day. It is called Kaburu Crossing. It is the first one and it's got a very big bend, and we have our residents here. Crocodiles, hippos, and we have actually a sight of yet another very small crocodile, about 5 feet. It's very rare to see this size. Jambo Alexander, thank you for your question. You want to know if a crocodile can bring down a buffalo. It has never been recorded, but according to my experience in deep water, the crocodile, a fully grown crocodile, not that size, but we'll be sharing with you a good size crocodile. This is big, but not as big as the first one we'll be showing you shortly. In deep water, the crocodile will have an upper hand. Just look at that size. James is gonna show you a very good size crocodile. This is a monster. This is a good 16 feet, and this guy could weigh over 600 kilos. This one can bring down a buffalo that weighs around 700 kilos in deep water. That is my answer. But it's something that is rarely recorded because buffaloes rarely cross. What they do is they come to drink and leave. But places like the Okavango, buffaloes do swim. I don't know if this has ever been recorded, but over here we've never seen them cross. My main answer is in deep water the crocodile would have an upper hand. It will take down a buffalo. Yes, hippos are here, very fast asleep. Today everybody has got his own style. Normally they have an angle parking. Today is freestyle parking. Looks like we have few facing us, others facing outwards. Remember, it's unusual, but something just happened this year where we're seeing more and more hippos out of water. They have a very undeveloped skin, which they can get sunburn. Jambo animal lover, you want to know if hippos attack Animal Crossing? Not very often. I know, it's not a very conclusive answer. It's not often, but it has been documented. I actually saw, hippo interfering with a crocodile taking a wildebeest, and the hippo saved the wildebeest. So they do attack animals, and I think usually it's because of confusion. There is nothing forcing them to do so because they are not, carnivores, but the confusion that is usually, involved during a crossing forces them to get aggressive, and by doing that, they attack whatever is in sight. Animal lover, that is my answer, but it is very rarely documented. We are on the banks of the Mara River. The heartbeat of the Mara Game Reserve runs through the river, dividing two sides of the Mara Triangle and Greater Mara, and that is the river. Today it is very high, slightly higher than the last weeks. The reason is we've had lots of rain upstream. Over here it's one of the deepest sections, and if something was to cross here, the crocodiles will have, full advantage. As we speak about crocodiles, let's learn more about crocodiles and how they take down their prey.
We have become accustomed to seeing the lengthy reptiles of East Africa execute stealthy approaches and epic takedowns along the watery banks of the Mara River. So imagine our surprise seeing a similar scene play out in southern African waters. An impala marooned on an island, having been possibly chased earlier that morning by some hungry wild dogs hankering for breakfast. And a crocodile, perfectly poised to tease its prey, gliding through the waters in its ultimate domain. Having had enough of this cat and mouse, the crocodile began its approach, forcing the impala's hoof. From the moment it dove into the water, that was it for the lone antelope. However, in an unexpected twist, a hippo entered the scene. Unfortunately, it was probably its sheer dislike for the watering hole's reptilian resident, and not a want to help the impala, that moved the hippo to get involved. As the crocodile sunk down to the depths with its meal, the waters calmed down, without a sign of the turmoil that had unfolded, bar some annoyed hippos.
Yes, this is the real predator of this water, roaming all the African rivers and lakes, and they get to around 21 feet. Rarely we see that size. The most common size here is around 18, 16, 15 feet, and that is a big predator with power to reckon. You don't want to be swimming in these waters. During this time of the migration, these guys feed as much as they can, and you can see, like, that guy, he's just want to rest. He's been eating so much. Yeah, he's so stretched in the middle. You can see how stretched he is. See how much skin he's got just behind the skull. That usually, when he opens up to swallow anything, that stretches and widens up the mouth, so he's able to swallow big chunks of meat. I have seen one swallowing almost a fully grown head of a zebra, just whole. It just went in. And also the Thompson's gazelle, I've seen them swallowing almost a whole one. So these guys are huge. Yeah, you don't want to mess around with them. And they say about every 20 square meters there is one. So when you see waters that are calm like this, very, very careful. That is where the wildebeest usually come to cross. But because that croc is there, if they were there, they will never cross. There is a handful of them somewhere in the bushes there that I'm waiting for them to come down, hopefully someday today, so that I can have we can share a crossing. I'm staying here by this bend of the river, hoping there is something exciting coming soon.
Welcome back to and Beyond PHINDA, everyone. And we've looped around to try and see, get a different angle on that ridge that the lioness was on. And we haven't been able to see her again. But we can see that the wildebeest that she was looking at. And there's also some warthogs moving around. But between her and the wildebeest and warthogs, we've seen quite a lot of impala as well. And so all these animals that are diurnal and active now, up and about and feeding, they'll all be on high alert. And if any of them happen to see her, they will definitely give an alarm call, which will be directed at her, telling her that they've seen her, and she no longer has that element of surprise. But what it will also do is alert all the other animals in this area to the presence of a predator. They might not know what or where it is, but they will stop what they're doing, stop feeding, lift their head all around. Trying to see if they can spot the predator. There's warthogs right up where the lioness was. So we're just going to stick in this area because, we're very hopeful that something might happen.
Yeah, the best thing is just to stay around and just see how things will unfold. Now, this is a lapwing, and it's a spur-winged lapwing, but not the exact one that I'm looking for. My initial guess was that it might have relocated from where she had territory with her two chicks, maybe in the process of training them how to survive once she wins them. Now, this one here is feeding, and just look how she keeps moving, catching some insects. She's being taken around by the same insect I think she's trying to catch. And not sure the insects are being dodgy or they're being blown by the wind. There's a bit of wind if you look carefully how that grass is being moved. And maybe the wind is just blowing off the insects every time she tries to catch them. I've seen this one particular here in this area, again, justifying that the spur-wings are very territorial lapwings. In general, solitary, when you get them with chicks, you'll get the male and the female guarding the chicks, and of course the territory keeping any other lapwings from the area. In general, I'll tell you the lapwings here, the spur-winged lapwings, they only make one call when in fight. They rarely alarm. Unlike, the guinea fowls or the fox-tailed drongos that become quite vocal when they see a predator, these ones don't do that. Can you hear that, Ray? Of course, they'll do contact call if they're reaching their other members, but we'll just wait here a few more seconds and find out if something could be going for a hunt.
Okay, welcome back to PHINDA, everyone. We've managed to spot the lioness, and she is just off to the right of where those warthogs are now. She's lying completely flat, so it's very tough to see her, to actually try and even get her on the camera. And I don't actually know, I can still see her, but I don't know if she is actually trying to go for those warthogs. Oh, she's lying under a very... Have you got it? Yeah, she's lying just under a very small... But she's facing the opposite direction to us, so I don't know what she's looking at, and if her head is up or not. Sorry about that little loss. And just trying to determine whether she's actually even become aware of those warthogs, because they walked right past her. And I did see her shuffle a little bit, but she might have just been... She might have... Because the one... Unless there's still another warthog that she can see in the long grass that we haven't seen. directly away from us. So in the same direction that we're looking, she's looking like that. You can just see the backs of her ears, those black tips on her ears. So it seems as though those warthogs have gotten lucky today. Yeah, she was on her haunches, lying on top of all four of her paws, ready to launch, and she's just now flopped over onto her side, which is like a more comfortable position for her, showing that she is quite content where she is. And I don't think hunting again. I think she's going to be resting for the day, so we're going to move on and see what else we can find.
All right, well, lions, of course it's getting too much now warm, and of course if they have to hunt, it's gonna have to push by the situations. Now we come back to this very much open area. We're looking at the bunch of impalas in the far distance, and it looks like there's kind of a wind already picking up here, and for them now to trust to get into the thicket, and no, it's not a good idea. All they do is that they have to group up and also, check for their safety in that open area. It happens they might go down to drink, I think, during the course of the day, if they haven't yet gone to drink. It looks like, they're going to come out of that bush. Plenty of them. It's kind of the whole herd, or a rank of impala. But impala, they love one another in a group, also take care of each other. And we're looking at the whole females there. Look, all adult female, they will be heavily carrying right now, which, for them to give birth, we expect the birth of impalas start from November towards, December there. That's where you will see a lot of a little one running around. But they're only right in season at the beginning of a winter, which all 6 months, pregnancy, 6.5 months pregnancy, and a drop by November. And that, a lot of time when a female give birth, separate from the group, stay for probably the whole week, introduce the baby to her own smell, so that when she return back to the group, and the baby won't mistake the mother, approach a different mother, always recognize her own mother or his own mother by smell. So they don't have a unique pattern that can tell difference from apart. They all look the same. Impala all look the same. Males got horns, female don't have horn. But of course, for these young ones, it's so important once they got, to know what the smell of their mother is. They always approach the same mother always. So we'll move around in this open area.
Live. Yes, we are still here, and we were talking about how big these guys get and how heavy they can be. And just look at that guy. I would assume he's a good 700 kilos, and that is quite huge and heavy. You don't want to mess around with them. Without these, crocodiles, a certain number of wildebeest will not be taken down, and so they play a very big role in making sure that they play a role in cutting down on a good number of wildebeest plus other animals. Of course, the river does the most justice. There's an year where I think we lost about 50,000 wildebeest in this river. The river was high, and so we were washed downstream. Normally I would assume about 10,000 are killed in a normal migration, and that is the highest number, I would say, that is killed by these waters. Yes, the hippos are basking, and that's what they do best during the day, going out only at night, spending around 8 hours out there grazing, eating up to 60 kilograms of grass. Drinking, I cannot tell you how much because they're in the water. It's very hard to experiment that. Fully grown hippos can weigh up to around 4,000 pounds or 2,000 kilos. That is a huge animal. And although they're that heavy, they're much faster than us, and also they have endurance. Those birds you see on top there are oxpeckers, and sometimes they can be a nuisance because you can tell the hippo is getting irritated. Sometimes when fighting or going through bushes or being hunted, the lions claw the skin, they open, and also going through the bushes, they get cut during fighting. You know, they have these big, long canines. They get cut, and so when they come sit like this, the oxpeckers peck on the wound, making it worse. And I have seen where hippos just stand up and walk towards water because they feel better in the water, but it's not for very long because also in the water they are fish and also they can feed on the wounds. So it can get really, really septic from these birds. And this is a symbiotic relation, we call it parasitism, where the host becomes, you know, can die from hosting somebody else. The bird to the right, bobbing its tail and moving its head back and forth, is called a pied wagtail. It's one of Nicole, you want to know how fast can crocodiles swim? That is a very interesting question. I don't know. Maybe one of my other colleagues could be able to answer you, but I don't know. The reason is they swim when they want, and they swim basically to get food. When they see wildebeest coming to the water, you can see them swimming very fast, and that's the only time. And I cannot answer you. I don't know an answer to that. Maybe we ask one of my other colleagues. Wow. Yes, I think I've heard that they swim for 20 miles per hour. How somebody came up with that, I don't know. But it's very interesting. 20 miles per hour is very, very, very fast. I don't think any human can beat that. Yeah. So recall, that is your answer now. You got it. I just received it. So for me, I don't know, but they say 40 miles an hour is how fast they can swim. Yes, I'm not leaving this spot because rumor is there is wildebeest coming down. I don't know how long it will take them to get here, but I'm staying in this perch.
All right, welcome back. Just with time going on, as so does the heat. It's really starting to get a bit hotter now, and this is typically what a large majority of antelope will do, is seek a nice shady spot and evade that midday period, just residing under the shade, conserving water. They'll also start now through this period to digest the material that they have now accumulated through the beginning of the morning, through a format what you refer to as rumination. I hope it wasn't the sound of my beautiful voice that deterred him there. I think maybe he just wants to move on. But he'll more than likely find another little shady spot. Oh, there's another kudu just to the left of that, David. Just to the... It's actually walking towards other kudu. So, not uncommon to see two bulls together. Kudu itself have just come through their breeding period. They typically mate through the winter period in South Africa. And this is how we would find bulls out of the breeding season, making these small male groups referred to as bachelor herds. And then the onset next year of winter, these larger males will disperse and then find female groups which they will kind of suss out who's the lucky lady. You can see full extension there. Obviously, the height of the animal allows it to browse within an area where it doesn't have much competition. Only other competition it would face is that of an eland, obviously a very, very large animal that I hope we get to see in the next coming days, and that of obviously giraffe. But him eating off the bushes, typically now we would describe that as browsing, the action of eating leaves off bushes, which the kudu is one of the purest browsing animals that we have in South Africa. Beautiful horns, eh? Yeah, those horns are not only very important weapons and tools. Look what he's doing. Wow. So when they can't reach certain leaves, they'll actually use their horns. They'll lock their horns into the bush and actually break branches so that the branch is a bit lower, that the animal actually can get to those nice juicy bits. So uses tools for feeding, but then also weapons when it comes to fighting for the rights to mate. And he's busy feeding off a shepherd's tree, guys. You can see how nice and green it is. It's also in flowering at the moment, so it's giving it this very nice green visual aspect. Beautiful.
Interesting that, we have seen kudus, because we do not have the kudus in the Masai Mara. I mean, beautiful antelope to look at, but I'm enjoying watching two huge bulls of elephants here. And I might say the one on the right, currently, I could be wrong, could be the largest bull I have seen recently in the Masai Mara. Look at him, just having a drink there. And he looks humongous. They've definitely formed a bachelor's club, because I've seen these two a few times, and I've compared every other bull that I've seen, none that's bigger like the one walking slowly behind there. Elephants would exist anywhere in Africa so long as there's enough to eat and to drink. And with certain areas like Masai Mara or Kruger National Park being conserved for wildlife, we're guaranteed these animals will be here almost forever. So long as there's enough vegetation of any sort, be it grass, shrubs, trees, leaves, enough to drink, they'll always thrive. I'll just wait for it to cross the road, and then I'll try and move on, see whether I'll be able to catch up with Jasuri before the show is over.
So we just had something quite interesting land on the dashboard. So it's one of the robeyes, or some people call them SABIs as well. And from this angle now, we can't see it too clearly, but he's actually got a little insect that he caught. Looks like a flying ant of some sort. And at this stage, he's just sucking that little insect dry. Let's see if he turns. There we go. Might see on the left-hand side, if you look at his head, you'll see the wing of the insect that he's busy feeding on. Let's see, there he's turning. We didn't think he was going to stick around for too long, but luckily he did. This one's quite, it's not that big. He's just, I'd say maybe 1.5 to 2 centimeters long. You get really big ones. There we go. Now you can actually see. There we go. Just trying to twist it around. And like I said, he'll just suck that insect completely dry, and then he'll discard the rest. He just turned it around. That is incredible. Yeah, this is, it's hearing a lot of people saying they haven't seen this before. It's not too common to see something like this. I've only seen it once before, and it was quite a big robber fly that sat on my door at camp, actually. And he had a grasshopper that he was sucking dry. And the grasshopper was almost the same size as him or her. Dinga, you do not want to get bitten by this fella. Yeah, I agree. They are little predators, but I doubt that he'd go for a human. He's probably as scared of us as most humans would be of him. The wind's picking up quite a bit, and it's getting really, really hot. So most of the animals that we've been passing have been hiding in the shade, all the impalas and the zebras and the wildebeest. Very lucky we found this little guy. Well, he found us, actually.
Yes, nobody has approached the crossing yet, but they are wildebeest. They take their time and they come when they're ready. It is always very exciting when I know they're coming. When they come, I don't know. So I just have to sit patiently, and this is the game you have to have when you arrive here. I've always reminded everybody that when they arrive, they can go immediately onto the water and go across. And where they cross here is in between those croc and the hippos, and they go out on the other side of the rocks. You see those rocks there? That's where they normally go out. It is very tricky there because it's very, very deep. We usually see crocodiles getting them, along that corner. So I'm hoping to see that in the next coming days, because they have started approaching the river, and there's quite a good number of zebra also that are approaching. When I say approaching, they're about 5 kilometers. We still might take another two days, but there is a small handful of wildebeest that might be approaching the river, today. The reason they cross the river is to get from one side to the other, which is still Kenya, and it helps them get closer to where the destination is, which is the Serengeti, where they'll be heading, the rest of the year, plus the first bit of next year. They go all the way to southern Serengeti, a place called Olduvai Gorge, and that's where they give birth. I'm not leaving this spot. I'm staying here just in case they come.
Really nice bird, perched up on top of a camel thorn, and we thought we had to take a look. A beautiful lilac-breasted roller. Oh, and there it goes. But regardless, what a beautiful sight. It's not a very common bird that we see here on TSWALU. Within South Africa, is a common to local residents, and is really beautiful to see in all respects when it comes to rollers. Their patterning and the coloration, the display is unbelievable. So really nice sight there to see that. Hopefully we can see one or two other individuals which are within this family. We do have another one, a purple roller that comes in and out every now and then. If we do see it, it'll be a lifer for me. So fingers crossed that we get to see that. And like I said, we'll definitely be touching on a lot of other birds in the upcoming weeks. Just to take a look in front of us, it doesn't get better than that. Just take a look at that view. And you can really see how vast this landscape is. Far-set mountains of the beautiful Coronaburg range, which is obviously a dominant rock feature within TSWALU. It runs north-south. Will, are there any wildfires at the moment? Not currently. It's something that we need to pay close attention to all the time, and TSWALU is obviously taking that in consideration. We have to have a procedure in case of the unlikely event of a fire. So yeah, we've got procedures in place, and as well as a team that's dedicated and has the skills and knowledge on how to control and fight fires. We are within an arid savanna, so the vegetation here, if it does catch light, it can run rogue and create a lot of damage. So we have to ensure that we know what we're doing when it comes to a fire in case at that unlikely event. At the moment, no, in my time at TSWALU, thank you that I haven't experienced a wildfire yet, but it can be pretty dangerous for a lot of things, including us. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have not asked you a question today. And now we got a raptor right there. Who do you think that is? Hashtag CGTN Wild or hashtag WildEarth? Kids questions at wildearth.tv. I got a raptor on top of that dead tree there. Who do you think she is? It's quite windy, and you can tell. Look at the crest on her head, and I'm sure that's a straight giveaway on what raptor this is. I'll give you a second one, and the second one is it's an eagle. What eagle do you think this is? Tweet hashtag CGTN World, hashtag WildEarth. You always see them on their own. Beak slightly hooked. They feed on rodents. Could be rats. Could be mice. They catch small reptiles like geckos, agamas, and definitely well patched there. She's looking at something in the ground there. It has been another wonderful morning with very great sightings, both from East Africa. I'm talking of here in the Masai Mara in Kenya, and we want to thank all of you for staying tuned, and we're very thankful to CGTN for this digital safari, and I'm sure you're still working out the answer for that raptor there. I'll be waiting at one point. But the good news are we'll be right here tomorrow morning, same time, same place. And we really want to thank you so very much for all your questions and for all your comments, because we always come to you live and we are always able to answer your questions in real time. Remember, I'll be waiting for an answer for that one. And I would say it has been absolute pleasure to have your company, and we'll be looking forward to another exciting CGTN digital safari tomorrow. Don't forget to join us. Very, very many thanks. And from all of us, goodbye and be well.